Hello and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. A very, very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you all to this class of governance. This is your second class of governance. I hope all of you are doing good and I hope all of you attended the first class. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join in and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Hi, Vikram, good evening. Hello, Aniket. Hello, Rashida. Good evening. Good evening, Sulakshana. Good evening. Good evening. Hello, Chituri. Good evening. Good evening, Shaimil. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Vikram is saying he has filed an RTI regarding qualification of BCCI secretary. BCCI secretary seems to be a man that attracts a lot of people. Great. Do let me know once you get the response to the RTI so that we can share with others as well. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So Lakshana is saying how to evaluate or analyze a test series. Should we revise the explanation of the answers? Yes, Lakshana. So it's a pretty good question. The prelims test series that you give, any test series, the Byju's one or any test series that you attempt, the prelims one, explanation of the question is as important as the questions. So I would advise you to read the explanation well, revise that part, see the other options as well. Out of the four, the one that is correct is fine. Look at the other three options as well. Look at that explanation. That will help you greatly. Vaishna is saying, hello Kamalpal, good evening. Vaishna is saying, can you share your email ID? Yes. So this is my email ID. That's the email ID. Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. All right then. Good good time to begin now. Hi Nikki, good evening. So just to remind you, this is the class number 2 of governance. The first class that we had was on Friday. The first class ended abruptly, if you remember. We were about to end it anyway. Just that I think it ended abruptly in the sense that due to a technical error. But here on the last question anyway, it was just 1 more minute left. But yes, so we'll address that. In the last class, if you remember, in the very first class, we discussed about the concept of transparency. We mainly discussed about the concept of RTI, the right to information. We discussed about the law in detail. How does it work? How do you file an RTI? Also, we discussed about the statutory body, the Information Commission, that has been created to look into the concept of the RTI. How many members should they be? How many vacancies are there? What exactly are the issues because of which the RTI Act has not been implemented properly? All these were the things that we had discussed. Now we will be starting our discussion with our second topic for the day. The second topic for this course is transparency. In transparency, we will be covering two things today. First, we will be covering the concept of citizens charter, and second, we will be covering the concept of the CAG. So these are the two things that we will be looking to cover today in transparency. That is citizens charter, how does it work, what exactly is it, what are the issues with it, and second, the CAG. CAG, as you know, is one of those topics which you will find appearing very regularly in the examination, both in the prelims and in the mains examination. While citizens charter specifically is for the mains exam. Okay, a few other questions very quickly. Shiduri is saying, I completed classes but didn't complete the standard books and optional is still in the process. What should be the strategy? Shiduri, personal questions, your personal strategy questions. Let's keep that for the end. In the end, I'll answer your personal strategy questions. So Lakshya is saying I'm having difficulty in monthly magazine revisions. It's very lengthy how to cover it. So Lakshna, a magazine that covers the entire month will always be lengthy. So you can't expect it to not be lengthy. My suggestion would be don't rush into it. If you think that's taking a lot of time, give it time. It deserves a lot of time. It deserves at least 4 Sundays. So divide that into more days, give it some more time, but don't skip it. Okay. Okay then. So, as I said, okay, there's a question. So, prelims and mains both, but is there a segregation? No, there's no segregation as such. I'm just telling you from the point of view of your revision. I'm just telling you from the point of view of revision specifically, or from the point of view of how you practice questions. Guys, once again, I see a lot of you asking your personal preparation questions, how to cover current affair, magazine, etc. We will answer that, but maybe at the end. So let's not make it a part of specifically our governance classes. Let's focus on the topics at hand. Let's first cover those. In the end, I'll give you a few minutes of your time. We'll end the class, let's say 5 minutes early. I'll give you 5 minutes of your time, and then you can ask your personal strategy questions about where you are, what issues you're having, etc. Okay? So that it's not an unfair use of time for governance because everyone has joined here for governance and not for personal questions as such. Okay? Got it? Perfect then. Perfect. So, on that note, let's begin what we have. So, the first topic that we'll be covering today is the concept of citizens charter. Now, let's understand first what exactly citizens charter, how does it work, where have you seen it, or have you seen it or not. Now, if you guys have been to, let's say, a post office, many of you I'm sure would never have been to a post office, but if you have been to a post office for anything, for any specific work, you would have realized when you go inside, on a wall of a post office you will see a big board, and that board tells you what are the services, for example, that the post office offers, what is a timeline of the services. Also, it will tell you a lump sum time frame within which the services will be given to you. So, for example, number one, it will talk about, let's say, ordinary post. Number two, it will talk about speed post. Number three, let's say it would be about, not now, but earlier, let's say it would be about money order or a parcel, etc. So there will be a list of services that they offer. There would be a timeline, and there would also be the price list, most probably, that this is the price that you're expected to pay. Now, what exactly is this? That can be termed as a citizens charter. So there is a trend all around the world. Please try and understand this. All around the world, and not just in India, there is a trend that most people are trying to opt for private services rather than a government service. Let me explain this to you. So let's assume that you have to, let's say, post a letter. Now, money is not a constant. Let's assume how much money it charges doesn't really matter to you, but you have to post a letter right now. Now, just imagine which preference or what would you give the preference to? Would you rather go to, let's say, DTDC or Blue Dart or FedEx, or would you rather go to the post office to post that letter? What do you think? What do you think? If money really not an issue, would you rather use the post office or would you rather use something like DTDC, Blue Dart, FedEx? So most people, I think except one, most people say that they will be using the private services. You'll rather be using a private service, and that can be any private service over the government post office. Now, why is that the case? See, the reason why we'll do that is most people, including yourself, I'm sure, would trust the quality of service of the private players more than the quality of service provided by the post office, or more than the quality of service provided by the government agencies. Why? Because the perception in our mind is that private is equal to better quality and government cannot match that quality. Earlier, you might go to the post office. Why? Because we thought that private players are not able to reach far off areas. Post office can be a better way. But right now, if you actually see, in terms of the delivery, in terms of the cost, etc., people would hardly go to a government agency. Why? Because we understand the fact that the services offered are not that high. You can take one more example. I'll take one more example for you. If you have to buy a new phone number, what are the chances you will go for a BSNL number as compared to Geo, Airtel, Vodafone, Idea, or anything else? Would you rather go for a BSNL number right now? You would not go for a BSNL number, right? Unless you are talking about an area where only BSNL gives you the service. If you're talking about an area where only BSNL would give you the service, then it's a different matter altogether. Otherwise, you will not opt for BSNL. Why is that the case? Again, the reason being that you trust the private sector services more. It is a trend all around the world now. It's not just a trend in India. It's a trend all around the world. Why? The reason is number one, we don't trust the government service. Number two, we believe the level of the government service is not very high. We think that if we go to the government to ask for their services and they are not ready to pay the price or they are not ready to give us a standard, we cannot complain anywhere. We all fear that there's no point of complaining. So we rather go to a private sector player. Now, what is happening because of this? Because of this, the government is losing out on a lot of revenue as well. See, the government still has to run the post offices. The government cannot shut them down. They play a very important role, especially in a rural economy, so they can't shut it down. But the problem is when usually people are not going to the post offices now, the government is losing out on the revenue. And similar is the case of other government companies as well. Look at BSNL, it is heavy into losses right now. So governments around the world are worried. Why are people not opting for our services? The solution to that, in a way, is what you call as a citizens charter. Now, what exactly is citizens charter? As I said earlier, when you go to a post office, you will see that huge board that will tell you the services offered. That is citizens charter. In simple terms, it is a document usually present in a government office that tells you what are the different types of services that this department or this institute offers to you. What is the time frame within which the service can be given to you? That can be given within 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, etc. And if the service is not provided to you, where can you go and complain? Even that is written here. So all these things are written in the citizens charter. This is not an Indian invention. We did not start the idea, because you can't expect our government to all of a sudden think, oh, let us give better service to people. No, it's an idea that started in the UK. The idea began in UK in 1991. It was a British government that thought that we need to give better services to our citizens to ensure that people at least have more alternatives. If for nothing else, we should at least give competition to the private sector. The private sector should not think that they can provide services in whatever way that they want. There should at least be some competition. And that is when the idea of citizens charter started. It's a set of commitments made to the clients that we will give you this service, and it empowers the citizen as well. How does it empower the citizen? By giving more options. More options or more competition is better for everyone. As a consumer, as a client, when I have more options, when I have more places where I can go to, I can demand a better service. That is why citizens charter is important. I'll show you a few examples of citizens charter today. Real citizens charter, how do they look like? So this is an example of a small short citizens charter. This is a citizens charter of a government college. Let's read what it says. It says what are the services provided. Number one, admission will be provided. Number two, prospectus. Number three, identity card. Number four, library card, college magazine, character certificate, mark sheet, transfer certificate, so on and so forth. So it tells you what exactly are the services being offered, number one. Second, it tells you in how much time period the service will be offered. Like as you can see, library card within 10 days of admission, Call a magazine within 10 days of publication, character certificate same day as the application, so on and so forth. It also tells you who is responsible for giving you this service, which officers can you contact if you want this service. It's a very simple example of a citizen starter. There are other citizen starters. I'll show you one more as we go ahead, but this is a simple example of a citizen starter. That is how it works. Most government departments have a citizen starter. Vaishri Singh, she saw citizen charter of the UPSC online. So most government departments, if you go to their website, you will see their citizen starter. And I'll show you a few websites also, but mostly citizen starters are available online. You can just go to their website and you can see that. Now, although the beginning of the citizen starter was in the UK, in India it started in 1997. The history goes back to 1997. This is when the government of India had a conference of the state chief ministers along with the central government where this idea was discussed. That is, how to provide better services to our citizens, how to make the citizens believe in the idea of citizen charter. That is when a government department was given the responsibility to handle this. That government department today is called the DARPG. So there is a government department called Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. This is a department that looks into whether the citizen charters are being prepared by every department or not. Do they need some service or not? Do they need some help in making citizen charter, etc.? Ever since this present government has come in, they have paid more attention to the idea of citizen charter. As you can see, it has existed till 1997. It has existed since 1997 in India. But in the past few years, there is a specific website of citizens charter that has been launched now, and I'll show you that website also. Earlier, you did not have a specific website of a citizen charter. You had to go to all the departments' website one by one, look at their citizen charter. Now, a specific website, especially for citizen charter, has been set up where you can read the citizen charter of multiple government departments. However, this idea might sound good on paper, but in reality, it is still lacking. It's lacking what? Biggest problem with the Citizens Charter or CC is it is still not legally binding. That is why the idea has never really been very successful. Now, what do you mean by not legally binding? Let's assume you go to the post office and the Citizens Charter says if you do a speed post, we will deliver it within 3 days anywhere in India. Fine, you book a speed post, but it never reached your destination. You filed a complaint with the police, with the post office. You wrote a mail to their officer, but nothing happened. After that, what option do you have? Nothing. There cannot be any legal action taken against the post office or the officer in the post office because it did not fulfill citizen starter. Why? Because there is no legal backing. It is not legally enforceable. And when you don't make something legally enforceable, when you don't give something the force of law, that means it will never be able to have an impact. Let's take this example. If your teacher tells you that I would advise you not to take a holiday, but if you take a holiday, I can't do anything, then the success rate of that particular direction, that particular order will be very low. Only when you make something legally binding, only when you make something legally enforceable, do you actually see people abiding by that. When you say, oh, it's not legally enforceable, if you can, great, if you can't, we can't really do anything, that is when it becomes problematic. As I said, this government has recently launched a citizen starter website. So if you just Google citizen starter, you will get to this website where you will be able to see citizen charter of a lot of different departments. There are citizen starter available on specific websites also. Like as Vechri said, if you go to UPSC website, you will find the citizen starter. If you go to, let's assume, Central Information Commission website, you will find their citizen starter. If you go to CAG's website, if you go to Election Commission of India's website, whichever of these websites you go to, you will find their citizen starter. But now there is one specific website here, which is specifically for citizens charter. of all the departments, and you can go and read here. Now, from this website, you will get some information. I just want to share that information with you. If you go to this website, it tells you the beginning of Citizen Charter. That is how it began in UK in 1991, while it came to India later on. As I said, in India, it came in 1997. As per the government, there are six principles of Citizens Charter. One, to provide quality to the people. Second, give them better choices. Third, maintain the standards. Fourth, give value for money. Fifth, have accountability. And sixth, have transparency. Now, is it important for you to remember these six? Yes, it is important. Why? In the past UPSC examination trend in GS2 paper, every 2 to 3 years, we have one question on Citizens Charter. In the mains exam, every 2 to 3 years, there is always one question on Citizens Charter. Usually, it's a easy question. Usually, most of the questions on Citizens Charter are always about what is Citizens Charter, what are the problems associated with Citizens Charter. So, mostly all the questions are like that only. I will show you multiple Citizens Charter. I showed you one, I'll show you one more. But you don't have to remember individual Citizens Charters. Please understand this. The UPSC will not ask you what does a citizen charter of this government department say, or what does a citizen charter of the post office say. No, they will not ask you that. What they will ask you is what are citizens charters, what are the issues in the concept of citizens charters, how to make them better, etc. So remember about the general idea of citizens charter, how does it work, what are the issues associated with it, so on and so forth. Don't try and remember individual citizens charter because that will not help you in any way. Okay. Now, in the Indian Citizen Charter, usually these are the things that you will see. Usually in the government department Citizen Charter, these are the things that you will see. You will see the mission and the vision of the department. What do they want to achieve? Business or the services that are offered. Who are the clients? Means to whom are the services being offered here? Also, services being offered to individual client groups. Grievance redressal means where do you complain? Where can you go and file a complaint? What are the expectations from the client? Expectation can be in various forms. It can be in the form of fees to be submitted. It can be in the form of any document that has to be uploaded. So what are the expectations? If you are a client, what are you expected to do? And it also talks about additional details such as if the service is not given to you in the time frame, would you be given any compensation? All these things are usually a part of the citizen starter in India. Let me show you one more citizen starter. Now this is in slight more detail. The first one that I showed you was of a government college. This citizen starter is of Department of Higher Education. No, you don't have to remember this. This is the previous slide. You can take a screenshot if you wish. This is the previous slide. Okay. Now, this particular citizen charter that I'm showing to you, this one is of the Department of Higher Education under the Ministry of Education. So, what does this citizen charter say? Let's start. It talks about what the vision of the department is, very generic thing, to realize India's human resource potential in the education sector. So, basically, train people as much as possible, so on and so forth. Then, what is the mission? To provide opportunities in higher education to eligible people, to support existing higher education institutions, to initiate policies, programs, etc., to improve the quality of higher education, to improve the infrastructure of colleges. Very generic mission statement. Again, you don't have to remember this. You don't have to remember any specific citizens charter. You just have to remember or understand the idea of what are citizen charters, what are the issues associated with it, but you don't have to remember specific citizen charters. Then the department also tells Who are the clients? Means who can ask for services? All the citizens of India, all the students and faculties that are studying in education institutions, people's representative, MPs, MLAs, for example, ministries, research institutions, all these are clients that or stakeholders that can take services offered by the Department of Higher Education. These are the services that they offer. For example, they offer release of funds under different scholarships, and they have given a time period also. So this will be done within 25 days. They also fill up the vacant posts in education institutions, that will be done within 9 months. They will answer any queries that are sent to them within 21 days. They will make payment to the vendors within 21 days. These are the services that they offer. It's a long list, but I'm just giving you an idea. Then they also tell you about the grievance redressal. Means if the services promised to you were not provided by them, then what do? They have also given you a way to file a complaint, which is extremely important. They say that you can file a complaint to this officer. There's an email number given, there's an email ID given, there's a phone number, there's a fax number. All these details are given. And they also tell you how to file the complaint online. They give you the website name, and they have given you the way to file this online. Now, this is not how all the citizens charters are. This is not how all the citizen charters are. Just that this specific government department has made the citizen charter in this manner, but that does not mean that all the citizen charter will be the same way. Different departments have a different way of making their citizen charter. It depends upon them. But this is how the Department of Higher Education has made its citizens charter. They also tell you what are the expectations that they have from their clients or the stakeholders. For example, they say that any query or question that you ask them should be clear and specific. They say that all the information should be shared with them within specific time period. They also say that proposal for the grant of funds should be very timely, utilization of the earlier release, all these details should be given to them in order for them to help them work in a timely manner. All these things are the expectation that they have from different clients and different stakeholders. In the end, a very important piece of information, which we'll discuss later as well. They say that the last time the citizen charter was reviewed or changed was in April 2020. Now, we will discuss in just a bit the issues that we have in citizen charter. We already discussed the first big issue, that is, it does not have any legal backing. Second big issue with the citizen charter is most of the government departments don't revise or review it from time to time. With the changing technology, changing trends, new things coming up in the market, the government departments are expected to offer services in line with the latest trend. It is expected that the services that they provide should be as per the demands in the market. For example, if today there is no technology that allows you to send parcel from here to the US in one single day, but maybe after 10 years you will have that technology. So your citizen charter should be reviewed accordingly. Most government departments problematically don't review or revise their citizen charter from time to time. For most of them, it's an exercise that they do once and then they forget about it. Because they did it once, just because they thought that, oh, it will be good, let the people look at it, and then they forgot about it in the long run. That is also a big problem with the citizens charter. Now comes the most important part for your exam. So I'll just put a star mark here. Out of 10 questions of citizens charter, 8 will always be what are the problems in the citizens charter. Most of the questions of citizens charter will always be about the issues in the citizens charter. So do remember and understand this part. Now, what are the issues in the citizens charter? First issue, if you remember, we discussed about this when we were discussing RTI also. Do you remember? When we were discussing RTI, I had given you the same kind of example. Did you know that? When we were discussing RTI and when we were discussing the issues in the RTI, why is it not working properly? One of the reasons we discussed was bureaucratic mindset. And I told you, bureaucratic mindset specifically means the idea that if you become a part of bureaucracy, if you join a government service, mostly people don't join with an intention that I will give you very high quality service. Most people don't join the government service by thinking, oh, now I will change the world, now I will do this, I'll go beyond my way to work. No. Most people, unfortunately, join the government service because they think that they won't have to work very hard. Because they think, oh, now this is fine, now it is absolutely fine, we don't have to work very hard. That's a general perception, it's a general mindset, which is wrong, which is called bureaucratic mindset. This is a problem here as well. Tell me very honestly, tell me very honestly, before starting your preparation for UPSC, I'm not saying today, but before starting your preparation for UPSC, how many of you had ever heard about this idea of citizen starter? I will tell you, I had never heard about citizen starter before I entered this field. How many of you had heard about citizen starter before entering this field of UPSC? Let me see. No, 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 never, have not heard. No, no, did not hear, did not hear, did not hear. So, all of you are well educated people, all of you are smart, intelligent, learned people, but still none of you had ever heard about Citizen Starter. And I include myself also here. I had also never heard about Citizen Starter. So, there has to be a problem here. There has to be a problem here, right? If something has existed in India since 1997, government departments have this document where they tell the citizens what services are they being offered, but citizens themselves don't know what it is, then what is the idea of it? That means the problem is bureaucratic mindset, and that they have not made people aware. They have specifically not made people aware about this. Why? Because think of it from the point of view of government employees. If you are working for the government department, would you want more people to know about citizen startup? Why? Because the more people that know about it, the more pressure there will be on you to do your job properly. No. Right? If you don't have a citizen starter, there is no time limit to do your job. There is nowhere that people can complain. You are also happy. Everyone is happy. You're living your dream job, right? So why would you want that anyone should come to know about citizen starter? It goes against your own self-interest. And that is why you will never see government officers or government departments going out of their way to make the people aware about citizen starter. Mostly they will try to hide it as much as possible. That's a problem of bureaucratic mindset, and that's why people are just not aware about it. Other problem in India's citizen starter, limited consultation has been held. When the government first made citizen starters, or when the government still does make citizen starter for some departments, they don't consult people. I'll give you a simple idea. Let's assume you have to make a citizen starter for the post office only. Okay. The ideal way to do this is the ideal way to do this is that the people who use the post office services very regularly. So there are some people, especially older age people, who trust the post office more. There are some companies that send by post only. Do you know that? By the way, let me tell you something interesting. Do you know, very recently, very recently means just a few weeks back, there was a law that was changed. But if you go back a few weeks earlier, the law in India was that if a government has to send a letter, they compulsorily have to send it through post office only. They cannot send it through private sector. Do you know that? There was a law in India, the Telegraph Act that we had. The Telegraph Act in India said that the government document or the government letter cannot be sent through anything apart from post office. And imagine the government itself changed the law and said, no, 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 enough with the post office now. Please allow us to send with some other company as well. So even the government has fed up now. How do they expect the private citizens now to send their letters to post office? If the government itself now has opened up options, if the government now has changed the law And the government said, no, 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 now allow us to send it through other people as well. So again, the problem is in the post office or other government departments, ideally when you make a citizen starter, you should consult people, especially people who are either working in the department, because they will tell you what is possible, what is not possible. For example, you cannot randomly write in the post office starter that we will deliver the speed post in 1 day when it is just not possible. So who will tell you what's possible, what's not possible? The people working in the post office. So when you are making the citizen charter, have consultation, in the sense, talk to people who are working in the post office, number one. Similarly, talk to people who are taking the services of the post office, regular clients that come and take service of the post office. All of them should be given a chance for consultation. But that does not happen in India. There is a very limited consultation before a citizen charter is made. Third, no penal provision means no penalty. If the post office promised you to get a citizen charter or to deliver a post within 3 days, if they did not, there's no action that can be taken. There's no penalty. I'll tell you a personal story, which is a true story. Okay, so usually when there's a wedding at your place, you can ask your parents also. Our generation is different. In our generation now, you don't even send a card, you just share it on WhatsApp. But if you ask our parents or grandparents, only then you can call and then you will inform. In our generation, our my friends, for example, most of them, when they got married, they just shared the PDF of the card on WhatsApp and they expect you to come, and that's fine. So what happened was, I this is something that happened about 6 years ago. So 6 years ago, my elder brother got married. Now, when my elder brother was getting married, we you usually send wedding cards through post office only. Why? Because you have to send a lot of them, so it's cheaper. Usually, people go with postcard with post office because it will cost you lesser money. Privately, I will charge you more money. So we sent wedding cards to all our relatives through the post office, and then you don't just send a card, then you call them also. You tell them this has happened. Card is just a formality, etc. So what happened was, there was a relative to for us to whom we sent this card, and somehow the name skipped the mind and my parents did not call the relative. It skipped the mind. My mother thought my father had called them, my father thought my mother had called them, so there was some confusion. But what happened was that we did not call them, and the post office delivered this card 6 months after the wedding was over. 6 months. So if, for example, if the wedding, I'll give you an example. So if the wedding was, let's say, on 24th of Jan. Okay, we posted this card on, let's assume, 20th December. The card got delivered in the month of May somehow. Whatever they did, but the card got delivered in the month of May. And now the interesting, and look at this interesting part. So the card gets delivered, and our relatives, they see the card and they did not notice the year. The story does not end here. They don't notice the year. So the wedding was 2018. Okay. The card basically reached their place in May 2018. When they saw the card, they thought that the wedding is in Jan 2019. So it gets funnier. When the card went to their place, they just opened it and they saw the date, oh, 24 Jan, great. So they thought that we had sent it 6 months earlier. Are you understanding the idea, the confusion? They thought we had sent it 6 months earlier because they thought, oh, the wedding is in Jan 2019 and now we have sent it. So very awkward situation, and I can't tell you how was it resolved, has it been resolved or not. But I'm just giving you an idea about the stuff that the post office is capable of doing. So the post office has the capability of doing a lot of amazing stuff. This is something that they did as well. So that is why people usually don't opt for post office services. Now, the problem here is, even if this happens, there is no provision for putting a penalty on anyone in the post office. You can't tell them, oh, you said you will deliver within 5 days, you delivered after 5 months. There is no penalty for that. Absolutely nothing that you can do here. That becomes problematic. That becomes problematic. Yes, Sulakshna, they would have come on wedding anniversary, but fortunately enough, we told them in advance, and it was a long conversation about sorry and apologies, etc. But yes, that is yes, Vechri, it was my fault. It was our fault. Not saying it was government's fault. It was our fault. Absolutely our fault. But I'm just telling you a story about how the post offices work. So if you guys are getting married, you know which relative to choose. If you have to, don't invite them. You just send this by post and tell them, oh, I too wanted to invite you. Does the card never reached you? So basically, that's your excuse. Anyways, let's go ahead. The problems don't end here. There are other problems also with India's citizen startup. Other problems: lack of incentive. See, have you heard this phrase, carrot and stick policy? Have you heard of this? You would have heard of this, right? Yes. So you would have heard of carrot and stick policy. Now, what does it mean? Carrot and stick policy simply means you give, carrot means incentive, stick means punishment. So, in simple words, if you want someone to do a certain job, if you want someone to do a certain task, you have to do both. You have to incentivize them if they do it, or you have to punish them also if they don't do it. In India's citizen starter, both are missing. First, you are not putting any penalty, so the stick part is missing. Second problem is, if there are some government servants, if there are really some government servants who really want to follow the citizens charter, let's assume there are some government servants who really think that yes, citizens charter is good, we should follow it, it is our job, etc. You are not giving them any incentive to do that. They are not getting any incentive to do that. So why would they go out of their way to do it? Even if there are some government servants who are very passionate, I will change the way government works and system works, etc. But you are not giving them any incentive. That becomes a problem. The other problem, citizen charter have been delayed for a long time in many government departments. Now, right now, most government departments have their citizen charter, but it has been a very, very long time. Launched in 1997, and since then many government departments delayed it time and time again. They thought that the government will forget about it. Why to do it? Only after a long time did we see citizen charter actually get introduced in most of the government departments. So most government departments did not have citizen charter for a very, very long time. Also, most citizens charter don't have special provisions for people who require the services at an urgency. Like there are no special provisions for senior citizens or disabled or other categories. People who require government service on a priority have not been given a priority in the citizen charter anywhere. All these are issues because of which the citizen charter has not lived up to its potential. Other issue, they have not been updated properly. As I just showed you, the Citizen Charter of the Department of Higher Education, it says it was reviewed in April 2020, which is still good, which is still good, because most of the government departments have not reviewed their Citizen Charter for a much longer time period. They have made it under the pressure from the government. When the government would have or minister would have given an order, you have to make the charter, they made it once, then they all forgot about it because it is just not a topmost priority. And please understand, these things are never a priority for the government. Why? It is people's priority that will be the government's priority. That is always true in any democracy. People's priority will always become the government's priority. Always remember this. If your priority today is to get free electricity, that will certainly become the government's priority very quickly because the government will want to do that. Because it is the only way for the government to get your votes. Unless your priority is to have better government companies, to have better citizens charter, to have better RTI, unless that is your priority, it will never become the government's priority. Because the government works to please people, as simple as that. If you make it very clear to the government that I will only be happy if you do this, then they will do that positively. But if you don't tell them that, oh, this is what will make me happy, they will never do that because there is no incentive for them. Understand this from the government's point of view. The only incentive that they look forward to is getting your votes. And if they think that a certain decision will get them your votes, it is only then that your votes will actually matter to them. So please do understand that. It has not been updated for a very, very long time. Also, Citizen Charter has not given a lot of power to take action against street level bureaucracy. Let's take this example again for post office. See, in a post office, if you post a card or a speed post, etc., ultimately the responsibility of delivering it at the end stage is of the person who works as the postmaster. So the postmaster will be the one who will have to deliver it. Now, if the postmaster did not deliver the letter in the end stage, he just took all the letters home, never delivered any of that, there is hardly any action that can be taken against him or her. Why? Because it is almost impossible to remove a government employee. That's the charm of the government job, right? This is, in fact, one of the reasons why people want a government job. The reason why people want a government job is that they think, oh, now this will give me everything. Now my job is fixed. Now no one will be able to remove me, right? That's why you want a government job. And now, if someone does not do their job properly, it's almost impossible to remove them. Many citizen starters also use technical jargon. Do you understand what are technical jargons? You understand what do you mean by technical jargons? Okay. Those who don't know, okay. Technical jargon simply means using words or vocabulary that are difficult to understand. Intentionally using those words. Intentionally using words which are difficult to understand. For example, for example, let's say I run a simple shop or I run a simple business, and you ask me, is your business in profit or loss? So I'll tell you, sir, the business is positive in EBITDA. So EBITDA is positive because the amortization factor is not being considered in my business. Once I consider the amortization factor, then my EBITDA will be even higher and then the situation will improve. Were you able to understand anything that I said? Most people will not be able to understand what I just said. But I just explained to you what exactly is the point in my business. Am I in profit or am I in loss? That's a way of answering. Because I used technical words to make sure people don't understand anything. I'm not lying. Whatever I said is true. But I know for a fact that there's no way that you will be able to understand that. And that's why I use that. This is what many citizen starters do. Many citizen starters make it difficult for common people to even understand what has been written by using technical jargon. So jargon basically means complicated words. Complic- Complicated words that are difficult to understand, that are specifically of that particular field. Cheturi saying you are professional. No, Cheturi, I am not a professional in finance, but I read everything. So yes, not a finance professional, but I know how EBITDA works, how amortization works. What is EBITDA percentage? I know that much, but yes, I'm not a finance guy. But again, that's an idea of how you can force the other people to not understand what you're trying to tell them. That is all intentional. That is all intentional. You can make it much easier as well, you can make it much difficult as well, but people make it difficult so that they don't have to answer. Because if I explain this to you in a complicated language, if you yourself don't know what exactly I mean, then you will never be able to ask questions to me. And that is a problem with citizen start. A lot of times technical jargons are used so that people don't really understand. Now, if you Google citizen starter today, you will see citizen startup being slightly in the news. For example, just a few days back, there was this news: Hyderabad Corporation introduces citizen starter assures time-bound redressal of complaint. This is just an example of how citizen starters are being used. This is a very recent news that the Hyderabad Corporation, Hyderabad Municipality has said that we will introduce our own citizen starter to build confidence in the people, to tell the people that if you file a complaint within a fixed time period, we will fix it. So this is how citizen starters are seen in the news. This is how citizen starters are being utilized by the government departments all around. I have a question. Uh, Another example of second statement, if possible. Second statement was this one. Second statement, as I said, the example is if the government servant at the lowest level did not do their job properly, their immediate seniors cannot fire them. In the private sector, the seniors, the manager can fire you, right? But in the government services, that is not what happens. In the government services, even if you have to fire someone at the lowest level because they did not do their job properly, or because they did not fulfill their citizen charter obligation, you'll have to have a very long process of firing people. So that is why the street level bureaucracy or people working at the very low level are kind of safeguarded, even if they don't do their job properly. Mujtaba, citizen charter is only for government servants or government offices. Citizen charter is not does not exist for private sector, although some private companies can make the citizen charter. There is no compulsion, but the idea of citizen charter is for government or public sector. You can't force a private company to have a citizen starter, but yes, some private companies can say, oh, we have a citizen starter, we'll do this in this time, but that is not something that is expected of them. Now, if you go back in our history of citizen starter, as I said, first introduced in India in 1997. After 5 years got completed, that is in 2002, the government of India wanted to evaluate the progress. The government of India wanted to see whether citizen charter are making sense or not. So after 5 years, when the evaluation was done, these are the things that they found out. Number one, charters were not made through consultation, so no discussion was done. Service providers themselves did not know the main features of the charter. Service provider means the government department themselves, like post offices, banks, etc. They did not know themselves what to do with these citizen charter. They did not know themselves what are the timelines that are being promised. Publicity was not done. Common people were never told what exactly is this, and no funds were given to raise awareness about it. See, we are living in a very different generation, and you can see this when you compare yourself with your parents as well. So, take the simple example. Most of our parents, grandparents obviously, but even most of our parents have their bank account in a government bank. Have you noticed it? Most of our parents will have their bank account in a government bank. It can be SBI, it can be Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, and even older bank, Punjab Sindh Bank, Union Bank, etc. You will see mostly the parents of our higher generation, upper generation, have their bank account in the government bank. Now, in our generation, unless it was forcefully done, unless it was forcefully done, in our generation, if given a choice, you would go for a private bank to get your bank account, right? HDFC, ICICI, Axis Bank. There's so many other banks that have opened up now because you trust their services more. You know that you can do much of it online. You don't even have to go to a bank. In most of the cases, you're not even required to visit anywhere. Everything will be done online. One more difference: when your parents go to a bank, let's say your parents went to a bank, went to SBI, they had to do some work, etc., and they see there's a long line, they will happily stand there. They won't have any problem because they will just be happy that, oh, the bank is open, the guy will do the job, that is good enough. In our generation, if you go to a bank and there's a long line, and when you reach the window, there's a sign called lunchtime, come after 1 hour. So you imagine your frustration at that point of time. Imagine how frustrated you will be. You will be like, oh, I will withdraw my account. I will not have a bank account here. I'll go somewhere else. Because in our generation, we are used to getting a much better service. We are not happy with the idea that, oh, 1 hour is lunchtime, so no one will be available. Like in private banks, there is no lunchtime. In HDFC, ICICI, there's no lunchtime. When you go there, they can't say, oh, this is lunchtime, come after 1 hour. No. What they do is in their lunchtime, they basically divide it. Half people take their lunchtime early, then half other people will take, so that the bank is always working. But in government job banks, that is not the case. If they say lunchtime means lunchtime. Now, even if the god comes to open his FD, no, nothing happening, come back tomorrow. Server is not working. Now, but in the private sector banks, you would not imagine that, right? The reason is that as you go on with younger generation, the younger the generation, the better are the services that you expect. That is why Citizens Charter as an idea is now more suited for our generation. Our previous generation is just happy that the government is doing something. Even if they have to stand in line for 5 hours, they're like, no worries, at least they're trying. But we'll be very frustrated. Oh, they're not doing anything, etc. They're not doing anything. This is so bad, etc. I'll write on Twitter, I'll write on Facebook, I'll complain here and there, I'll write email, etc. But they're always happy waiting. So citizen charter is something that is required more now. Our earlier generation were happy, they were fine. They did not really have to run everywhere, have to rush everywhere. In today's generation, this is slightly different. And that is why the citizen charter is required even more now. Prithviraj is saying, is these the reason for late implementation of citizen charter? So Prithviraj, citizen charter has been implemented. It's not that it was not implemented, has not been implemented. The problem is, even after implementation, it is not working well because there are no penalties attached to it. Implementation has been done, the government departments have been told that you have to do this, but if they don't provide that service, even then there is no action that is being taken against them. That is a problem here. So they have been implemented, just that the problem is that implementation has not been done. Name of the agency, no, not that important. Name of the agency is not important. Chituri is asking the full form of DARPG. DARPG, I showed you a full form in the beginning. If you did not see that, I'll repeat that. This is Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. So this is where DRPG is written. I showed the full form earlier as well, and I'll just repeat that here. Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. This is called DARPG. This is the department that is responsible for making citizen charter of all the government departments, helping them make it, etc. Now, the citizen charter is also something that featured in the second ARC recommendations. Remember in the last class on Friday, I told you a bit about second ARC. Those who don't remember, I'll repeat that quickly. ARC's Administrative Reforms Commission. In 2005, the government established the second Administrative Reforms Commission called the second ARC. The idea was they were asked to give reports to the government on how to improve the government administration. They gave a total of 15 reports, 1 5. In their reports, they gave thousands of recommendations. One of their recommendations was also about citizens charter. They gave recommendation about citizens charter, how to improve it, how to make it better. What were the recommendations they gave? First, prepare separate charter for separate units and not the same. Let's take an example of this. Now, across the entire country, there are thousands of post offices, even lakhs, not even thousands, there are lakhs of post offices. Now, if you look at post offices across the entire country, every post office has the same citizens charter because it was made at the top. Every post office was told that copy paste this and put it in your office. The problem here is not every post office can have the same citizens charter. How? Let me explain this to you. If you go to post office, one of the services that they offer is called speed post. So when you book a speed post, the post office says, if you book it for anywhere in the country, we will deliver it within 3 days. Doesn't matter where you book it from, it will be delivered within 3 days. So basically, that is what they claim. Now, understand this. If a post office, let's assume, is in Delhi, it will be getting thousands of bookings every day. For a post office in Delhi, it will be possible for them to deliver anywhere in the country within 3 days. They have the resources, they have the money, so they will be able to do that. Now imagine there is a post office in Lakshadweep, or there's a post office in Andaman Nicobar Islands. If you book a speed post with them, let's assume they book 5 or 6 speed posts in a day, only 5 or 6. Would they send all those 5, 6 speed posts by plane or by water every single day to the other part of the country? It will not be possible for them. Do you think if someone booked a speed post in Lakshadweep, within 3 days, would they be able to deliver it to Nagaland? Or within 3 days, would they be able to deliver it to Ladakh? Not really. So the idea here is you cannot have the same citizen charter for all the government offices across the country, because every government department has a different infrastructure. They have different amount of money. They have different area. They have different technology available to them. The problem here is that citizen charters have been made at the very top. People sitting at the top, whoever was the head, whoever was the bureaucrat, they made a citizen charter and then asked every post office to copy it. But that is not how it works. This is what the second ARC suggested. Second ARC said have different citizen charter for different areas, depending upon how much is their capacity, depending upon what services will they be able to offer in what time period. Next, have wide consultation. Again, wide consultation means talk to as many people as possible. Make sure that more and more people know about it. Make sure that people know about citizen charter. If they want to give any input, they should be allowed to do that. As we discussed earlier, if post office is making a citizen charter, talk to people who take the services of the post office very regularly. Talk to people who work in the post office. Only when you have consultation would they be able to tell you what services do they require. For example, post office offers a service called money order. Do you know about this money order? You would have at least heard of it in movies. Anyone who does not know what is a money order? Anyone who does not know what is a money order? Anyone knows what is a money order? Okay, so those who don't know, I'll tell you. Okay, those who don't know, I'll tell you. So, money order basically was a thing which was very popular earlier when we did not have enough banks. So, let's take this idea. Let's take this idea. Let's assume my family lives in a village. Okay, now my family is in the village. I go out to a city to work. So now I am earning some money in the city and I have to send the money back to my family in the village. What do I do? How do I do that? If my family is in the village, I am living in a city, I have to send the money back to my people in the village. What option do I have? Today, you can do UPI transfer, Paytm, Phone Pay, whatever you want. You can transfer bank through bank to bank also, right? But UPI, etc., is a very new technology. It did not exist earlier. And most of the villages earlier did not have any bank, so this job was done actually by a post office. So what happened was post office acted like a bank also. So let's say you go to a post office in Delhi, you give them 1,000 rupees and tell them that this is the address. I want this money to be delivered to my family in the village. So in your village, the post office will give 1,000 rupees to your family. They will deliver it to your place. This is called the money order. So the post office kind of worked as a bank also. That's what money order is. It was a very popular way of sending money to those places where there are no banks available. So people can't go to bank, people can't withdraw money. The post office held them out. So The idea is now this has become obsolete because now most of the villagers, they have at least one bank. There are a lot of rural banks that have opened up, so in the villages also you have at least one bank available in most places. Also, in some village you even have the functioning of UPI, etc., so that has also gone out of the picture. So now the post office should not spend a lot of money in money order, right? The post office should now use its resources to improve their other services rather than actually focusing only on giving money order. They should say, oh, money order will not be given now, or money order will be given in longer time. Now we'll focus our resource on other things. That will also only happen when they have consultation with the people. Only when they talk to people and people tell them now we don't need money order services, only then they would be able to make these changes. So that is how consultation helps, that you should talk to your people who are taking your services. Only then you will be able to understand what they require and what they do not require. Second, ARC also suggested only commit what you can deliver. Remember, people who fall in love, whenever you fall in love, the first thing that you do is, I will do everything for you. I will bring the star for you. I'll bring the moon for you. I will do this for you. I'll do that for you because you want to impress the other person, right? Then you first fall in love. I will do everything for you. You like this? I will buy this. You like this car? You like Mercedes? I'll buy a Ferrari for you. You like this? I'll do this for you. But then soon you realize, oh, I think that was a bit too much. That is when the problem starts. And that's when they're like, oh, you have changed now. Earlier you used to do this and now you don't do this because you could not deliver what you promised. This is a problem. So this is an advice not just for citizen starter but for your personal relationships also. Only commit what you can deliver, because if you over commit and under deliver, that becomes a big problem. Your relationship will not last long. If you want a relationship to last long, please, please, please only commit what you can deliver. Opposite is always better. Means under commit, over deliver is always better. You will to surprise the person. For example, if you tell your parents, I'll give you a real example. Okay, I'll give you an example of under commit, over deliver. In your school, you always had that one class topper. When the topper came out of the exam hall and you asked her or him how was the exam, and she will be like, just so so. How was the paper? Just so so. I'll pass, just so so. And when you see their result is 97%, 98%, and then you're like, guy, you were just telling so so. But that is what their idea of so so was. So what did they do? They under committed but over delivered. That's always a better way to do it. Rather than some boys coming out of the exam, bro, today I killed it 99%. And then the exam result would be 79%. So basically, what you're doing is you're not being able to deliver what you committed. So there has to be a balance between the two. That's what the second ARC has also said. Also, second ARC says, don't just make promises, change your structure also to bring reforms. Means just by promising to the people, oh, we will be able to deliver this much, just by telling people we will be able to make sure that you get this much amount of money or this much service in 3 days or 4 days, please first make sure you have the internal infrastructure also to do this. Focus on the infrastructure first and then make the changes. Have an appropriate redressal mechanism. Means give the people the option of where to complain. Tell people where to complain, whom to complain. It's like saying the government gives you fundamental right, but fundamental rights are only important because of Article 32, right? Article 32 gives you the option to go to Supreme Court directly. If you remove this option to go to the court, then there's no use of fundamental rights. Fundamental rights are only useful as long as you know I can go to the court, so no issues. Here, the problem is if you don't tell the people where can they go and complain, what is the use of having a citizen starter? So the citizen starter have to actually make sure that it gives you this redressal. Then periodic evaluation has to be done. Make sure that the citizen charter is reviewed time to time. You cannot just ignore the citizen charter once you make it. Then hold the officers accountable for the results. If there are some officers who are responsible for delivering the service and they were not able to do that, make sure that they are held responsible for it. Only then the citizen charter will improve. So far, what we discussed were the suggestions given by the second ARC on how to improve the citizen charter. There are some other suggestions also beyond the second ARC. That is, help the government department with their first citizen charter. If there's a government department which is just starting to form a citizen charter, help them out to how to make a citizen charter, give them assistance whenever they require some, maybe bring them in contact with the other departments as well to improve the working. Raise awareness about the citizen charter to the people. The people should also come to know what exactly is citizen charter, how can they make use of it. Have efforts to change the attitude in the public service. Now that's the most difficult part. How do you convince the government servants that you should do extra work? I don't know the trick to that. If you know the trick to that, great. But how do you convince the government servants that, oh, this is good for you, you should do your job? This is a difficult thing, but yes, it is also important. You can actually bring in change at the mindset level. Only then you will see people implementing citizen charter more seriously. Incentivize the people who are doing a good job, incentivize individual officers who are doing a good job, and incentivize the department also. If there's a government department that is doing a good job, make sure that that government department is highlighted. For example, remember, we have something called the Swachh Bharat rankings. Swachh Bharat rankings, where let's say Indore comes at the first place. It is done to give them a good name across the country. Now, every one of us knows that, oh, Indore is very clean. So, you are incentivizing them by making them popular about what they did. Similarly, you should showcase good practices to other cities, to other departments. Tell the other departments how to improve their working. Take the example of someone who's doing a good job. Have simplified language. Make sure charters are not too much in detail. Only then it would be much better as compared to where it is. Now, this was a previous year question asked in 2013. Read the question, think of what to write, and give me 1 minute. I'll have to refill my water bottle. So I'll be back in just 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Read the question and see what you will write. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right. So this is a question that was asked in 2013. If you can actually see this question through Citizens Charter, those Citizens Charter have been formulated by many public service delivery organizations. There is no corresponding improvement in the level of citizen satisfaction being provided, analyzed. So, as I said, if you look at the questions asked about citizen charter, these are very common questions that are asked. This is very commonly asked topic in the mains examination. And if you look at how many questions or what kind of questions come in, you will see most of the questions that are asked, or most of the question will always be about the problems in the Indian citizen starter. It will always be about the shortcomings, the problems, etc. So the content will remain very similar. I showed you an answer of how to write an answer in the last class also on Friday when we were discussing about how to write the answer. And I'll show this answer again as well. And I'm very glad to see many of you are telling me in the chat what will you write. So very good, you're making an effort. As we discussed, introduction has to be what? Definition or a fact. Introduction ideally should be definition or a fact. So you can go ahead with whatever you want. Either you can define the citizen starter, what exactly is this, or you can write a fact about citizen starter, something like it was introduced in India in 1997 or started in UK, depending upon whatever you are or whatever you are able to gather at that point of time in the examination, definition or a fact. So let's see what exactly do we have here. I'll start it with a fact here. Again, you can start with either a fact or a definition. Depends entirely upon you. Usually, Dudkula has a question: is citizen charter binding in UK? No, in UK also it's not binding. So again, if there is a question on a topic that is recently in the news, if something is in the news very recently, then always write a fact about that. Always start with the fact that it is in the news because of this and this, so that the examiner knows that you know it is in the news. Okay, if a topic is in the news, like let's say uniform civil code is in the news, or let's assume one nation one election in the news. If there's a topic that is in the news, you read about it in the paper, and then UPSC has asked a question about it, in that case it is always better to start the question with a fact that it is in the news because of this and this gives a good beginning to the answer, so that the examiner is also sure that you know the context of the question. Citizen starter usually are not in the news. Citizen starter usually are not in the news. You will find one or two small news about it, but it is never mainly in the news. Citizen starter, that is. So that is why with this kind of a topic, it's a generic topic that is just something that remains at the back end, not really in the main headline. So you can start with a definition or with an old fact also. So here we have started with this, introduced in 1997. It aims to enhance the governance by stimulating service delivery standards for public sector organizations. Now, this is mainly the intro part. Okay. Now, understand one more important detail about how to write an answer. Now, if you go back to the question once again, the question basically is saying that citizen charter, despite their existence, have not been able to make a change. Analyze, right? That's what the question is. They say citizen charter exists, but they have not been able to make a change. Analyze. So, in short, what they're trying to ask you is, what are the problems in the citizen charter? Or why has it not been successful? That is essentially what they're asking you. Because they are saying citizen charter exists in the country, but it's not successful. So you analyze this, why is this happening? So you have to tell the problems or why is it happening. Now, in the intro, what have you done? You have written an introduction line. Now, one option that you have now is change the paragraph. From next paragraph, you start writing about the problems in the Indian citizen charter. That is one way to write it. Right? You write from here to here. One line you have written in the intro, good enough. You change the paragraph, and then you start writing. Following are the problems in India citizen charter. Right? That is one way of doing it. But that is not the best way to do it, because that looks like a answer written by a school kid. Because if you were written that way, you just give one line introduction, then you change the paragraph, you come straight to the fact, these are the problems, then it looks like a school kid answer. So what you have to do is, you have to give a connecting line that connects you from the intro to the part where you are now starting with the problem. Are you able to understand? You can't just abruptly say that these are the problems. You have to connect it somehow. the connecting line that we are using it. However, despite being in operation for over 2 decades, the impact has not been satisfactory. Quality has not been up to the mark. Now, when you change the paragraph, now you can very well start that these are the problems in India citizen startup because of which it has not been able to fulfill the people's expectations. Are you able to understand what I'm trying to communicate to you? Is it making sense or no? So, what I said was, and I'll repeat once again, you either could have written from here to here, and you could have just jumped to the next paragraph, started by saying these are the problems, blah, blah, blah. It was still a good answer, but you will never get good marks in that case because you are breaking the flow here. You are writing like a school kid. The reader who is reading is not getting the impression that you know how to write an answer. Yes, it's not a smooth transition. When you read a newspaper article, when you read authors writing articles, or when you read any book, Chetan Bhagat, Harry Potter, whatever you read, you never see the author abruptly going from one place to the other, right? There's always a transition. They can't just basically abruptly take you somewhere. These small little changes require just 30 seconds of time while you're writing the answer. These will only make 30 these will only take 30 seconds of your time, but this 30-second can actually give you a very good jump in your marks, trust me. Because see, as an examiner, if I'm checking your copy and I'm getting an impression that this guy is not really matured enough to write an answer, how will he be matured enough to handle a very important government position? So my point of view while checking an answer would be to evaluate you about how exactly are you trying to answer this. Am I having fun in reading it? Am I having, or am I making, or are you making it interesting for me to read or not? All these things matter, trust me. Even one single connecting line, transitional line will make a lot of difference. So it's a practice thing. You get better at it as you write more and more answers. It's a transition thing. It's not something that comes overnight to you, but it's not that difficult. So you have made this transition that despite having this, these are problems. Now we'll come to the main body. Now, in the main body part, what do you do? So this is not something that is mandatory. Please understand this. So someone has written in the chat, so Lakshna, I write in points and by making diagram, is it good or should I change my method? So there are two things that you have to understand. A lot of people would have a question about diagrams. See, the thing with diagrams is it will never harm you. If you are making a diagram or making a making a whatever photo, whatever you want to call it, it's always a good add-on. But consider two things here. It's an add-on when you don't repeat it in every answer. See, if I'm reading the answer, if I'm evaluating you, I want to see you write long sentences. If in every answer you make a paragraph or you make a flow chart like this, or you just make, let's say, a diagram like this, then my view while checking the copy would be that you don't know how to write a complete sentence. Are you understanding it? My view would be that you only know how to write short phrases. It is an add-on that you can do if you want. On every 3 4 question, let's say, you can make a diagram, fine, no problem with that. But if in every single answer in the main body, if you think I will just write or I'll just make this diagram and then examiner would be, wow, it's very interesting, that's not going to happen. You can do it here and there only when it's not taking a lot of your time, because at the end of the day the examiner wants to see your answer writing skill. You can use it, let's say, in 20 questions. Out of the 20 questions, you can use it in 4 5 questions, no problem with that, absolutely fine. It will make a good impression in the examiner's mind. You are providing the examiner something new to read, it's good. But you can't think that this will suffice, it will not suffice. So in this case, for example, this question that we have, in this question, this particular diagram that you see is not very relevant. I'm just giving you an example that many people would write it, but this is not very relevant if you actually see. Why? Because the question is what? The question is problems in the citizen starter, right? That is what the question is. And this diagram is not about problems in the citizen starter. This diagram is just giving you generic information about what is citizen starter. Are you able to connect? This diagram, what is it? It is just telling you the generic information what is a citizen starter. It says for satisfaction of people, it is displays cause, easy, simple, etc. But it's not answering the real question. It is not saying what are the problems in the citizen starter. So this is far from the actual answer. So if you want this kind of a diagram, you can. But even in the diagrams, my advice would be, even in the diagram, stick to what exactly the question is. Stick to what exactly the question is. So let's say in the flow chart, you write, rather than writing citizen starter, write problems in citizen starter, and then basically give one, two, three, four problems or five problems or something like this. Something like this. It's, see, it's answer writing is a very personalized thing. So your answer can be very different from my answer. Someone else's answer can be very different from others' answer. Doesn't mean that there's one single correct answer. There are different ways of writing the answer, which you can try out, see which method suits you best. Go ahead with that. Anyways, so this is the main body. This is the main body. Even if you skip this entire diagram, it will not impact your score in this answer. So what we have done is, we have here given the main body. In the main body, I'll write the problems. We have discussed at least 10 to 12 problems. Pick and choose whichever you want. 5, maximum 6 would be good enough. Because in governance, most questions will be 150 word limit. Most of them. Some of them may be 200, but that is rare. Most questions will be 150 words limit in GS2. Very rarely would you see a 200 word answer. 250 word answer, you will not see 250 word answer. You will only see in your optional paper or ethics paper. In ethics paper, you might have a 250 word limit as well. In optional, you might have a 250 word limit as well. But in GS 1, 2, and 3, mostly the questions will be 150 word limit. Most of them, if the pattern changes very slightly, it might go up to 200 words. So when you practice questions, make sure you practice most questions of 150 word limit, because the more questions you write in 150 word limit, that basically has more chances of you recreating. And again, you can go ahead and read the last year papers as well. Okay, test me, tell me what is your real name. I can't keep on calling you Test. Okay, someone is saying in the chat, morning in sir in morning said 250 words. Sushmit. Okay, so Sushmit is saying uh, other teachers said 250 words. Okay, so let's do this. Don't trust me, don't trust anyone. Look at the previous year paper. Take out the previous year papers, and you can see a lot of questions. Most of them would be about 150 words. Anyway, so let's not go there. If you now see the reasons that you have to tell, there are multiple options that you can choose from. We already discussed 10 to 12 problems. Choose whichever you like, and you can just mention them here. Absence of penalties, poor implementation, lack of regular update. There's so many of the options. You can choose whichever you want. Grievance addressal missing, lack of awareness. All these points are good. Now, over here, one more thing. Most of you have also told me in the chat that you prefer writing in bullet points, right? Now, writing in bullet points is fine. There is no issue with that. It's a good method. It's a good way to actually write an answer. But while you're writing in bullet points, make sure you are not just writing 4 or 5 words. You are actually explaining it, at least in one line. For, for example, in this answer, some people would think they will just write this much. Point one, this. Point two, this. Point three, this. My advice would be, don't leave it at that. At least explain in one sentence what do you mean by this. At least in one sentence. What exactly do you mean by this? Don't just leave it at this. Don't think the examiner will do the remaining work. At least write a line. These are too long answers. The examples that I am giving you here, the model answers that I am giving you here are very long. In real exam, you won't have to write this long as such. This is just a way for you to understand, because see, when you're practicing something in the beginning, if I show you 300 words, only then you will be able to remember 150 words in the exam. Trust me. So the answers that I'm showing to you are way over 150 words, as you can see. But the objective is not that. The objective is that you have to make it shorter, because you will not be able to remember all of them. So maximum 1 or 2 lines, that would be good enough. Also, one more thing, in governance papers, usually the problem, and I'll tell you, not just in governance. If you look at, let's assume GS 1, 2, and 3. GS 1, 2, and 3. I hope all of you know what these subjects are. Just in case you don't know, let me remind you. So GS 1 basically has history, geography, culture, etc., society. This is GS 1. GS 2 is polity, governance. There is IR, social justice, etc. GS 3 has science and tech, economics, environment, disaster management, etc. Okay. There's internal security also. Now, please understand this. Out of GS 1, 2, and 3, if you ask most of the students, and let me ask this to you, which one do you find the easiest or the most comfortable? What do you think? Just tell me GS 1, 2, 3. Which one do you find more comfortable? Yashi, yes, you can replace the flowchart with maps. No issues. Flowchart with words here. Okay. So most of the people here are answering GS2. I would say about 70% people are saying that they find GS2 the most comfortable. And there are reasons why you find it more comfortable. The reason why you find GS2 more comfortable is it is something that you keep on reading in the newspaper. It is something that is covered every single day in the newspaper, in the editorial. Most articles are about IR or polity or governance, so you read about it. However, do you know, if you actually see the mark sheet of even the toppers, the people who have scored the most marks, there is a trend that you will see. In 90% cases, your lowest marks will always be in GS2. 90% students will get their lowest marks in GS2 out of all the three GS. Even the toppers, the people who get all India top 10 rank, they find it very hard to even touch 100. They will find very hard to even touch 100. Out of 250, the usual scores you will see is 90, 95, 98. Above 100, very few people are able to touch it. Now, why is that the case? Why is it that despite this being a paper which most people are comfortable with, despite it being a paper which is not very technical, it just demands your understanding, why is it that people are not able to fetch a high mark here? Now, there are two reasons why. First reason is because the questions are familiar. Everyone attempts most of the questions. So the mark division between the people is not very different. Like, for example, in science, if you get a difficult question which you don't know, then you will just leave the question. In economics, if you get a difficult question, you will just leave the question. In geography or history, you will get, or culture, you get a different difficult question, you will just leave the question. In polity and governance, you usually don't have a question where you are like, oh, I have no idea what to write, I will leave it. No. People usually don't leave the question, people write it. Now, the problem here is in the GS2 paper, why does it not fetch you good marks? The second biggest reason, it demands you to give examples. This is where most people are lacking. This is where most people lack. When you write answers in governance or IR or in polity, the more real life examples that you give, the better your answer will come out to be. For example, if there is a question on citizens charter, give a real life example. Give an example of any specific citizen charter, any department citizen charter that you might have read. For example, if you remember, I'll just take you back here. I showed you this. I showed you this, that Hyderabad Municipal Corporation recently did citizen charter. Now try and include this example somewhere in your answer, because that's a real life example. That gives an extremely good impression to the examiner, that you know how to connect this to the things that are happening on ground. You know the real news, and then you can connect it. The more examples that you're able to give in governance, in international relations, in polity, the better your answer will come out to be. Now, the problem here is, because in writing the mains answer, you are under so much pressure. Time is running out, people are dripping, especially if you give, usually the mains answer, the mains question are somewhere in September, October, so the weather is slightly better. But many people, because of pressure, they start dripping, they don't know if the paper would be complete in time or not, so they forget writing the examples. They just write citizen charter definition problems and then they go ahead. This is where your ability to fetch good marks will be hurt. So if you really want to get good marks in GS2 especially, try and give examples. For example, see, I've given a few examples here. Look at the second point. Look at the second point. For example, Citizen Charter of Municipal Corporation of Delhi promises certain level of cleanliness, but the city continues to grapple with sanitation issues. Something like that. Again, here also, for example, Citizen Charter of Postal Department has not been updated since its inception. So the more examples that you give, the better your answer will always come out to be in GS2, and that will always be the difference between you getting average marks in 90s and going beyond 100. That is always a big difference. So while GS2 seems to be the most straightforward paper, most easy to understand, least technical as such, but the problem is, you will, and you can do this yourself, and I'm not lying, you can just Google mark sheets of toppers and just look at their GS2 marks. Look at their GS2 marks, and you will be able to see how these answer or these GS2 papers have hurt them. Avni Sushmit is saying, how can we create some example? Evaluator may not know everything in rare circumstances. I would advise no, unless you think that you have no other option. You can. Okay. Vikram is saying, can we give personal examples? Not really. Personal examples, avoid them. Only give examples that the examiner would know or the examiner can at least research about. Only give examiner, only give the those example that the examiner would know about, or if not, can actually search or can confirm. So while you are writing an example, you can't write example from your own life, because that there is no way for the person to correlate that. So please don't give personal examples. Vaishna is saying, how to get the real life example for different topics. Vaishna, the answer is current affairs. The answer is current affairs. That's where current affairs are important. Please understand. Um, the way that you have to understand the newspapers is, when you actually see the newspapers, there are two ways that you have to understand how the newspapers help you out. One way that the newspapers help you is, there are few questions in the prelims that you might see from the newspaper. But trust me, out of the entire year of reading newspaper, maximum questions that you will directly get in the prelims are two or maximum three. Maximum. You will not get more than two to three questions in the prelims that are straight from the newspaper. So let's assume the newspaper carried an article about a certain kind of special mushroom, that this mushroom was found somewhere, and you might get a question that this mushroom was recently in the news, where was it found? These kind of questions, the prelims are very rare. Two, three, maximum three. You will not get more questions straight away from the newspaper. If that is the case, then why does everyone tell you to spend more time on newspaper? Because newspaper helps you much more in the mains exam, much more in the mains exam. Why and how? As I said, by taking examples. All these examples that you see, I have given an example in almost every point here also. For example, citizen charter for Indian Railways promises to address complaint within certain time frame. So all this example that you see is somewhere that you will see in newspapers, in editorial articles, etc. So reading newspapers is important for small factual information for prelim, but it is not that important, because that you will anyways get two, maximum three questions there. It's mostly the mains answer where your newspaper reading adds a lot of value. That's why it said that newspapers are very important. Indian Express, Hindu, whatever you get your hands on, do try and make it a habit. One more thing, one more thing. See, it all takes a lot of time. Please understand this. You cannot expect that overnight you will be able to gather hundreds of examples and you will be able to be a superstar. Just understand a couple of things. Writing mains answer is a time taking process. The more you acquire in terms of knowledge, the better answer you will be able to write. So the answer that you are writing today, if I give you the exact same question 3 months later, you will write a much better answer after 3 months. Trust me. If I give you the same question after 6 months, you will write an even better answer after 6 months, because it's just a function of time. So please understand, don't be very harsh on yourself if today you think, oh, I'm not able to write so much content, because it will come with time. Don't worry about that. The more you read, the better it will always be. Also, please don't compare yourself with others, especially teachers, etc. See, I'll tell you something very honestly. Many people start comparing themselves with teachers, that, oh, you know so much, I don't know. See, the advantage that the teachers have is they are focusing on only one subject. So the teacher will always have an advantage over you. You have to basically divide your time in all the subjects, and the teacher is teaching only one subject, so the teacher will always know more in that. The teacher will know more examples in that, so you can't compare yourself to that level. Don't worry. Your comparison has to always be with the peers who are in the same position as you. You also have 24 hours in a day, they also have 24 hours in a day. You all have to focus on so many subjects, they also have to focus on so many subjects. So don't think that you will be able to get so many examples. With time it will improve, but don't be too harsh on yourself. Anyways, let's move ahead with the answer. Let's complete this first. So these are the problems that we discussed. Whenever you discuss problems of any issue, it is always advisable to give some solutions as well. It is always advisable to give some solution as well. Okay. Avni is saying, what are the highest marks people fetch in GS1 and 3? Avni, there is no upper limit that these are the marks that you will get. I'll tell you personally what I have seen over the years. So, personally, what I have seen over the years is highest in essay. I have seen very exceptional students who have touched 165 also. Again, I'm not saying this is a UPSC record. I'm just saying, in my, for example, let's say experience, what I've seen. 165 is what I have seen in SIP. There are some people who have touched it. GS1, GS3, very exceptional students I have seen touch 125. 130, almost impossible, or 125, I have seen people touch. GS2 120, I've saw someone touch it, but very difficult, very, very difficult. Ethics GS4 scoring, I've seen people touch 145, 150 here. I've seen people touch 140 or 150, but again, this is an exception. Optional is always the most scoring. Optional, I'm telling you, out of 500, the two papers that you have in optional, out of 500, I've personally seen people touch 340 out of 500. This is, again, I'm not saying that UPSC data, but this is what I've seen personally over the years. If you see, look at the toppers, mark sheet, etc., this is what I've personally seen, that people are able to touch, let's assume, 340. And that is why you talk to anyone, they will always tell you the best way to maximize your score. The best way to maximize your score is always E2O2. E2 O2 is E for essay, E for ethics, and optional one, optional two, two papers of the optional. So basically, that is usually the most scoring one because see, understand this idea. I'll tell you very honestly speaking, how you get your marks does not matter in the grand total. At the end of the day, it's a grand total of marks. So, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's assume you worked very hard in GS2, very hard in GS2, okay? And after working very hard, you get 110 in GS2, which is exceptional, very good. But someone worked slightly harder in essay, and in essay they were able to get 150, and in GS2 they were only able to get 95. On the other hand, in essay, because you did not pay attention, you only got 115. Now see the grand total. Are you able to understand my point here? At the end, the grand total matters. Only grand total. Doesn't matter from where you got those marks. That is why the biggest mistake by far that the students commit is not focusing on essay. By far the biggest mistake. Very few students I have seen actually focus on essay. It does not require a lot of time and it actually fetches you excellent marks. I have personally seen 165 being cracked in essay. And again, just see the difference. You worked very hard in GS2, very, very hard, and you got 110. In essay, you did not work that hard, 115. On the other hand, if you work very hard in essay, you can go till 150. And in GS2, even if you stay at 95, the grand total will always be on this side. This is a grand total 245, and this grand total is 225. Are you able to understand this? That is the difference. So don't ignore essay. E2 O2, I said E2 is ethics and essay. Ethics and essays E2, O2 are two optional papers. Whichever optional you take, there are two papers, right? So these are the most scoring basically. Anyways, let's go back to where we were. As I was saying, Vivek is saying possible to get 400 out of 500 in optional. No, Vivek, not possible. If you get it, great, but I don't think UPSC will ever give this much mark. Anyways, let's go back. So, as I was saying, mostly if there is a possibility, time limit allows you or word limit allows you, whenever you're writing a problem in a question, in an answer, do try and write the solution part as well. See, there are two ways to understand this. If the question, and please understand this is important for you, if the question itself asked you pros and cons both, then you divide word limit half and half in pros and half in cons. Are you able to understand? I'll go back to this question once again. If the question itself, if the question itself was asking you what are the problems and what are the suggestions, if that would have been the question, then I would have requested you to give half of the words to the problem part and half of the word to the solution part. But if you see here, the question is not asking you the solution part, they are just asking the problem part. So when the question is only asking the problem part, then most of your words should be spent in problem part only. Leave some words for the and for the positive part as well, just to balance it out. That there are some positives as well, or there are some suggestions as well. But don't make it half and half. If you make it half problem, half solution in this case, it would not be a good answer because the examiner never asked you for the answer for the solution part. You are giving a solution part because you don't want to leave the problem unattended. So please understand the demands of the question. If the question asks you both problem and the solution, then give half and half. If the problem was the only thing that was asked, focus more on the problem, give a bit of solution part in the end. Anyway, so this is the solution part. Again, solution is also something that we have discussed. You can write solution from the second ARC point of view. You can write that these are the suggestions that second ARC had given to the government. Following them would make citizen charter better, so on and so forth. You can write that as well. And then you can conclude here as well. Sushma is saying how to write yellow headline. Yellow headline? Why do you want to write a yellow headline? You can't use yellow. Don't use yellow pen in the paper, in the question, in the answer. Not sure what you mean by yellow headline. How to write yellow headline in the previous slide? This one. You can write as it is. Write as it is. In your own words, write as it is. Anyways, you can conclude this. Conclusion has to be very generic. Basically, way forward, whatever you want. The way forward the citizen charter will be how to improve it. You can, although if you want, you can include second ARCs here, concluding it by basically making it that the second ARC recommendations can be followed, or second ARC recommendations can be implemented to improve the working of citizen charter, so on and so forth, can be a good way forward. That was your answer. This is your homework now. Try and see if you are able to write the answer. Shweta is saying you said conclusion should be 1 2 lines only. Shweta, you did not hear. I also said the answer I am giving you is an expanded form. So I don't expect you to copy paste the same thing. I expect you to compress it. Okay. Not just the conclusion part, main body also. I gave you much bigger than what the demand of the question is. The expectation is compress it. Purvi, no, you don't have to write words like intro, conclusion. This is for your understanding. Just change the paragraph. That would be good enough. The only word that you can write if you want to is way forward. So in the conclusion part, if you have to write way forward, then you can write this heading. These headings, etc., are not to be written. These headings, etc., are not to be written. So Shmita is saying, since we are writing in points, where will we write the heading? Yellow font, is it the subhead? Since it's a subheading. So no, no. So in the pointers also need a subheading, right? When you change the paragraph, this is kind of a subheading, and then under this, these are the pointers. Himanshu, yes, you can. So this is your homework. Similar question on citizen charter. This one was asked in 2018. Again, if you can see, this is very similar to the question that was discussed right now. If you see, this is very similar. It is citizen charter is an ideal instrument of organizational transparency, accountability, but it has its own limitations. Identify the limitations and suggest measures. So now, if you like, if you write here this answer question, if you actually read it, this question is asking you both problems and the solution as well. Unlike the previous question, this is demanding both problem and the solution part from you. So in this part, you can divide half and half. Half word limit to the problems or the limitations, and half to the solution part. Because it is specifically asking you suggest measures. The last question did not specifically ask you suggest measures. This one is asking you specifically suggest measures. So you can basically dedicate half of the word limit to suggesting measures and half of the things to actually understand. So this is your homework. You can go ahead and write this. Anyways, we have a few other things to quickly wrap up the citizen startup part. So we'll do that and then we'll go ahead with the CAG part. So a few, yes, Vivek, you can do that. So basically, a few other things that you have to remember regarding citizen starter. There is something called the Sevottam framework. Something called the Sevottam framework. Now, what exactly do you mean by Sevottam framework? Sevottam is a word that is made up of Seva plus Uttam. So those who are from non-Hindi speaking background, non-Hindi speaking background people, Seva means service, Uttam means excellent. So basically, if you add that up, Sevottam becomes excellence in service delivery. So these are two Hindi words that have been joined by the government to have a new word, Sevottam. So it means service and excellent, and you combine this, that is called excellence in service delivery. So the idea of citizen starter is the same, having excellence in service delivery. How did this model come up? Sevottam is a framework suggested again by second ARC. Second ARC had suggested that in order for the government to improve its working, in order for the government to actually help the people or attract the people towards the government services, the second ARC suggested that these are the things that should be the government's priority. For example, the government should define what are their services, government should set the standards, monitor the performance, develop their capability, evaluate, perform, etc. This is the Sevottam framework. Also, the second ARC said that Sevottam includes three things. Please understand this. Sevottam model of the government includes three things. First, having a citizens charter. Second, have public grievance redressal system. And third, improve service delivery capability. There was a Hindi movie which was a remake of a South Indian movie. I'm sorry, I don't know the original movie's name, but the Hindi movie was Nayak. Maybe someone can tell me the original movie's name. It was that was remade into Nayak. Have you seen that movie? Anil Kapoor becomes chief minister for one day. Are Vivek, not Bahubali, man. Yeah, Jhansi Rani has told. I think she's saying it was called Mudalvan in Tamil. Okay, so Mudalvan in Tamil. Okay, yes. So it was a movie that you see in different languages. The Hindi language movie was a remade act for the remake. Actually, now if you have seen that movie, if you have seen that movie, there is a concept in that movie where the actor becomes the chief minister for one day, and he says that I want that in every street there should be one box, complaint box, where people can come and put letters if they have a complaint from the government, and I will read those letters personally and I will solve them in 24 hours. And he says that when the letters stop coming, I will think that I have succeeded. Remember that? When the letters stop coming, I think I'll have succeeded. Remember, all that was a scene in the movie. So that was the actor's way of public grievance redressal. Shweta, Nayak is Hindi. Nayak is a Hindi movie. So that was public grievance redressal system invented by our movie directors. That is, if you actually have a grievance, if you have a complaint, you want to complain, there will be a box. In real life, when the government will place the box, within 2 hours, the box will be stolen. So the real life is slightly different. But if you actually see, that is what the story was. That is what the concept was. That if you actually have a complaint, the people can come there. It doesn't happen in real life, but in real life, there are ways in which you can complain to the government. There are different ways in which you can complain to the government, and we'll discuss some of them as we go ahead. You can complain to different departments. If you have a insurance related complaint, you can complain to IRDAI. You have a bank related issue, you complain to RBI. You have a corruption issue, you complain to the Lokpal. You can file a complaint to CVC, etc. So that is public grievance. So the second ARC suggested government to focus on these three things: citizen charter, having a better public grievance redressal, and improving service delivery capability. Recently, recently means May 2023, the government had this national seminar on the Sevottam model. Again, this was a model in which the government has been thinking of introducing a new ranking for the different states. How are the different states working in their grievance redressal system? Means they want to rank different states in terms of how much complaints they receive and how much or how many complaints are resolved as compared to how many do they receive. That is a Sebottam model, something that was actually discussed in this webinar recently in Pune. That is the Sevottam model. So again, this is an example that I'm sharing with you. You can quote this in the answer. If there's a question related to Sevottam model, you can write about how the government is planning to introduce state-wise ranking based on how many or percentage of the grievances that they have resolved, something like that. You can actually include here as well. Okay, so remember, citizens charter as a topic is mainly for the mains exam point of view. Okay, as a topic, it's mainly for the mains exam point of view. You do not see questions in the prelims. However, is just in case UPSC is in the mood of fun and wants to answer some question the prelims exam as well. So I made some questions for you for the prelims exam as well. But please remember, citizen starter as a topic so far has only ever been asked in the mains exam. But I have made some questions for the prelims exam as well, so that just in case they come up with something, you should be prepared for it. Okay. Okay. So let's have some questions. Read it. Read this carefully, and then I'll give you your options. Okay, time has begun. Your time is up. 73% people got this right. Good job. I specially did not tell you the ministry intentionally. I only told you the department. Great. 73% people Googled DARPG's under which ministry. So good job. Just kidding. I know most of you do this. So I don't take it to heart, man. See, if you become serious about every joke, it will be difficult to survive in the world. So don't worry. Be light-hearted. I know you did not Google. Don't worry. Anyway, so those who did not know, I had told you there is a specific department of the government called DARPG, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. This is the department that prepares the citizen charter. This department works under this ministry. This department works under this ministry, personal public grievances. As you can see here, the name itself is a big giveaway. Thank you, Vaishna. Perfect. Next, read it carefully. I'll give you 15 seconds for this one. Pretty simple, short question. Rani, yes, I am giving the key, but hopefully people will not use it in the exam. 58% people got this right. This is C. I just discussed this with you. Stevottam model, Seva plus Uttam, given by the second ARC, has three components: citizen starter, grievance redressal mechanism, and building capability for service delivery. Time bound resolution is not a part of it. Time bound resolution is not a part of it. Sushmit, don't worry. I was referring to a comment made by a student, no reference to anything else. Okay, this brings us to the end of Citizens Charter. After we come back from the break, we will jump on to the second part of this lesson. The second part of this lesson will be about accountability, mainly about CAG. Shweta saying only two questions. Shweta, I asked questions. I should not have asked even two questions because UPSC does not ask questions from Citizen Starter in the prelims exam. There has not been any question from Citizen Starter in the prelims exam. I just gave you for practice. Citizen Starter is specifically for the mains examination. Anyways, okay. Uh, Perfect. Aniket wants me to go to Sevottam framework slide. Yeah, this is the slide. Okay, let's take this break. Let's be back at 7:25, and then we'll resume from the CAG. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Hi everyone. Sushmit is saying, in Sevottam we learn these seven or those 3 points. Sevottam is those 3 points. This is the entire framework. This is the expansion of those points. So mainly Sevottam is those 3 points. Okay, so this is where we were. So Laksha, there is nothing to guide as such. When the form opens up, we will talk about it. Don't worry if you have a specific issue, but there's no problem as such. Yashi is saying in 150 words, if I use a diagram or a flowchart, would the word limit be reduced or not? Not really, provided you don't write a lot in that. If you write a lot in the diagram or the flowchart, that will also be counted. If you just make it, don't write a lot of words, that's fine enough. Okay then. So the first part of today's class was a citizen starter. Now, the second part of the class is about the CAG. First, tell me, did you guys read about the CAG in Indian polity when you read Indian polity? Did you cover this topic? Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. Some of you have, some of you have not. No problem at all. So I will. Okay. So no issues at all. I will be starting this on assumption that you don't know it. No issues. I'll be starting with on the assumption that you don't know it. If you know it, great. It will be more of a revision for you. So don't worry. It will be more of a revision for you just in case you know it. If you don't know it, absolutely fine. Works for me. So now, there is a very important constitutional office that we have in India. So important that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar also considered this office as the most important office in India's constitution. That office is a CAG. CAG stands for Comptroller and Auditor General. Now, this officer, Comptroller and Auditor General, was created to keep the government accountable. Let me tell you the very basic thing that the CAG does. So, in the most basic terms, if the government earns all the money through our taxes, you pay tax, I pay tax, and that's how the government earns the money. Where is the government spending the money? Are they spending the money in the right manner or not? This is also something that we have the right to know. So we have the right to know where is my money going. If the government, for example, has built a big statue, or if the government has built a big bridge, flyover, whatever, I, as a citizen who has paid taxes to the government, has the right to know where exactly was this money spent. To ensure that, we have an office called the CAG, Comptroller and the Auditor General. The basic responsibility of this officer is whatever money the government spends, this officer will cross check it. It will see all the bills, invoice, every single thing, and it will then give a report to show whether the government is making the correct claim or not. If the government says that they spent 500 crore rupees doing XYZ, whether that money was actually spent or not, whether the government could have done the same thing in lesser amount of money or not, this is what they do. So, in simple terms, they make the government accountable. They tell the common people whether the government is actually spending the money as they are claiming or not. If their report, for example, tells us that no, government lied to us, government spent more money or government spent lesser money or some money is missing, etc., then what happens with that? In India's history, a lot of big scams have come out basis on the CAG report. The Colgate scam, the 2G scam, the Commonwealth Games scam. A lot of these big scams came out on the basis of the report given by the CAG. However, that does not mean that when the CAG gives a report and it says something is wrong, automatically a case is filed. No, that is not what happens. So, what happens is, let's assume the CAG has given a report. In the report, they say that some money is missing, government is not able to give answers, something is wrong. etc., etc. What happens is when the report comes out, if the government believes that yes, something is wrong, the government can then ask their investigators to take up the investigation. They can ask the CBI to take up this investigation further, investigate a case, and then file the case in the court. If the government does not do that, what option does anyone else have? Let's assume the report says that there was a scam. Government obviously would not be willing to name anyone, they want to hide it. So what happens is the CAG report is public. It is discussed in the parliament. So members of the opposition also can read the report. If they think something is wrong, they can file the case themselves as well. However, the CAG himself or herself does not go to the court. The CAG's job ends after giving the report. Once the report has been given, there is nothing more that the CAG has to do. CAG has given the report, that is it. What is to be done on the basis of that report, the government takes a call. The government decides what needs to be done, what doesn't need to be done in case of that report, whether they order the investigation or not. So that is the basic thing that happens. There are some other things also that the CAG does, and we'll go into that as well. This is our CAG right now, Mr. G.C. Murmu, Girish Chandra Murmu. This is the CAG of India, the Comptroller and Auditor General. Now, please understand this. The office of the CAG in India has been derived from the British. Britain also has a CAG, but there's a difference between the two. So, Indian CAG versus the British CAG. There is a difference. Now, the difference is look at the complete name of the officer. No, he is not related to our president. Don't worry. The CAG is nowhere related to our president, just a common surname. So, the name is Comptroller and Auditor General. Now, please understand this difference. This is important for the examination. If you look at the name actually tells you the officer has two functions. These are two different functions, Comptroller and Auditor. I'll tell you those functions. In Britain, the CAG has both the functions. So in Britain, the CAG is a Comptroller also and Auditor also. In India, the CAG is only an auditor. What do you mean by this? What does a comptroller do? Comptroller means a person who can control the spending of the government. In other words, in Britain, whenever the government of Britain has to spend any money, they first have to take permission from the CAG. Only after the CAG allows can the government in Britain spend any money. So in Britain, the CAG actually controls how much money the government can spend. In India, that is not true. In India, CAG cannot stop the government from spending any money. Please understand. In India, the job of the CAG only begins after the government has spent the money. Only after government spends the money, the job starts. The CAG in India cannot stop the government from spending even a single rupee. The CAG can only say after the spending has been done, whether it was legal, illegal, whether something is hidden, whatever. But they cannot stop the government from spending any money. In Britain, on paper, they can. So, does it mean that in Britain, the CAG can actually control the government? Not really. So, what happens is in Britain, CAG is a part of Council of Ministers only. In Britain, the CAG is a part of Council of Ministers. So it's a part of cabinet only. In India, independent office. It's an independent office altogether. In Britain, he's a part of the Council of Ministers, he's a part of the cabinet, he takes part in the cabinet meetings also. So, in short, there is no reason for the British CAG to deny permission to his own government to spend any money. On paper, you can say that the British CAG can stop the British government from spending any money, but that's mostly on paper, because in reality, the British CAG is a part of the British government only. So obviously, if the CAG does not allow the government to spend money, the government will change him. The government will bring in some other minister. In India, the CAG is an independent office altogether, and the CAG in India is not a comptroller. Now, if you ask me why did they give the name, I don't know. Ask the government. Why did they copy the name if they did not have to give the complete power? But the reality is, in India, CAG is only an auditor, not a part of the government. It's an office that is independent altogether. I think some people have joined late, so they're asking questions that I have answered earlier. So I'll give them benefit of the doubt. I'll answer some questions that I already answered. First, I said earlier, our CAG GC Murmu has no relation with our president. So just the same surname doesn't mean that there's any connection. Second question, the meaning of comptroller. As I said, comptroller is an officer who can control the government spending. In Britain, the CAG's permission is required to spend any money. Now, before we go into details of the CAG and how does the CAG work, everything about the CAG office, please understand, apart from the CAG also, there are different ways in which the government is held accountable. Accountable means the government is held answerable, where they are asked questions. There is internal accountability, means within the government. Apart from the CAG, we have the Lokpal, we have the Lokayog, we have the Whistleblower Act. We will be studying all of these later on. We'll be studying about the Lokpal, the Lokayog, Whistleblower Act. All of this we'll be studying. On the other hand, externally means people can also hold the government accountable through election. But the problem is only once in 5 years. It is only once in 5 years that you can hold the government accountable. It's only once in 5 years that the government actually will come to you, ask you for something, and then you can ask questions. Otherwise, the government usually is held accountable through these things, the CAG, Lokpal, Lokayut, etc. Let's start with the CAG in detail now. Now, as I said, CAG's office is taken from Britain. However, there are slight differences. It's a constitutional position. As per Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the most important constitutional position by far. The CAG, like other constitutional offices, the removal process of CAG is very difficult. The CAG is removed in the same manner as a Supreme Court judge. Remember, I told you on Friday as well to remember the removal process of different authorities. Just remember a couple. Remember the Supreme Court judge removal process and the UPSC member removal process. Most others fall in these two categories only. So, just like I told you that day, Supreme Court judge removal is the same as High Court judge removal, is the same as Chief Election Commissioner, is the same as CAG, etc. So CAG is removed in the same manner as a Supreme Court judge. However, the more controversial part is the appointment. Appointment is a more controversial part. Why? See, the CAG is a person who is expected to ask tough questions to the government. It's an officer who is expected to hold the government accountable, to find out faults in the government's working. That is the entire job of the CAG. Not to praise the government, but to find out if there are any faults in the working of the government. However, what has happened is the CAG's office is not doing that. Why? The problem is there is no eligibility criteria for being a CAG. Now that becomes very problematic. Why? When you don't have any eligibility criteria, sorry, when you don't have any eligibility criteria, the problem then is it gives the government a free hand to appoint their favorite officers. And that is what has been happening. The CAG ideally should be a person who is very well educated in accounts, finances, right? That's what you expect the CAG to be. But in reality, that is not true. In reality, most of the CAGs are actually IAS officers that the government likes. Now, that becomes a big problem. I'll tell you how. See, when you clear the UPSC exam, and there are different services that you can choose from, different services where you give your preferences. There is one service called IAAS. Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this IAAS? Okay, those who have, great. Those who have not heard of this, IAAS is Indian Audit and Accounts Service. Those who have not heard of it, this is called Indian Audit and Accounts Service. Please don't be confused with IAS and IAAS. Don't give first preference as IAAS, thinking, oh, it's better than IAS. I'm getting two A's. No. So IAAS is different. Indian Audit and Account Service. If you get into this service, you work under the CAG. So basically, these people, these officers work under the CAG. So what happens is, when you think of CAG, don't think of CAG as one single person sitting with a calculator all night, adding and subtracting everything and then giving a detail. No. So CAG has thousands of people working under it. The head of that authority is called the CAG, but there are thousands of people who work under the CAG. In fact, not just the IAS exam. When you give the SSC exam, even through SSC exam, you can qualify to work under the CAG at a lower level. So ironical, I tell you an interesting fact, which is ironical or funny, whatever you want to call it. If you live in Delhi or if you are familiar with Delhi, do you know where the CAG office is? It's almost opposite to the BJP office. Almost, not exactly. So this is the road. On this side, this is the huge BJP office. Somewhere here is a CAG office. No connection. Just thought it's an interesting fact you should know. Anyways, so don't write this in the exam, but just for your knowledge. So, anyways, so basically, if you look at the CAG, the problem is there's no eligibility criteria. And the other problem is the people who are doing all the work in the CAG are actually from IAAS. They are very angry. They don't like the fact that they are the ones who are doing most of the work. And on top of them, the government brings an IAS officer. See, if you join as an IAAS, your aspiration will be that one day I will also become the CAG, right? That's what you will aspire for. Because the top rank, you would think that, oh, the top rank would be mine, I'll become CAG someday. But in reality, the problem is it doesn't happen. What the government does is government puts us IAS officer on the top. And now this has become a controversial habit. The government does it why? Because out of all the civil servants, the governments usually interact most with the IAS officers. They are the ones who work in different ministries. Ministers or politicians are always more comfortable with IAS officers. So IAS officers get a preference and they are the ones who are appointed at all these positions, something that other services don't like. This is a big problem between the services, that other services hate IAS officers because they think we are the one to do all the hard work, and then this Maharaja comes at the top, takes all the credit, and this is a big issue. Anyway, so about the CAG, since it's a constitutional office, so there are similar provisions that you have as the Supreme Court judge. Salary cannot be reduced during the tenure. No reappointment after the tenure is over, and salary is a charge expense. Also, please remember they have a 6 year tenure. 6 year tenure and retirement age is 65. Shweta Singh, should we remember constitutional articles for these provisions? I would say yes, Shweta. Make sure for constitutional bodies who remember at least their articles under which they are being formed. Chituri saying in IAAS, people with very high rank will be selected. No, Chituri, that is not how it happens. In any service, your preference is the one that will decide how many people or who will get into it. Low rank, high rank doesn't matter. It depends on what is your preference. For example, if someone who got rank 1 gave the first preference that I want to go to Indian Railway Service, they will become railway officer and not IAS only. It depends on that. It's like college counseling. Which college you rank first according to your need, according to your preference, you'll get that. Similar is the case with the services also. When you're allotted the services, it's not that the services are allotted by the government randomly. It depends on your preference. Whatever preference that you have given, you'll get that. Anyways. So the CAG, as I said, has a 6-year tenure, retirement age is 65 years. The salary is same as the Supreme Court. Just Shweta, this is what I said. The tenure is 6 years and the retirement age is 65. So you work till the age of 65 or 6 years tenure, whichever is earlier, after which you will retire. So either 6 years or 65 years, whichever is earlier, this is how much you can work. After tenure is over, you cannot have one more tenure. Only one tenure is allowed as a CAG. There is no minimum age. In the constitutional positions, you don't have any minimum age. Even for the Supreme Court, High Court judges, there is no minimum age as such as per the Constitution. Now, what does it do? As I told you, the big responsibility or the most important responsibility that the CAG has is to report all the expenditure from all the government accounts, both at the state and at the center. Please remember, there is no parallel office at the state level. We have only one CAG of India. So the same CAG office prepares a report for the central government. The same CAG office will prepare the report for all the state governments and UTs as well. So please remember, there is no parallel office at the state level, which means it's a very busy office. You have to do a lot of work, not just for the center, but all the state governments as well. Not just the government, they also audit government companies, their profit and loss statement, etc. And they audit stocks and stores as well. Now, what do you mean by this? Basically, what it means is kind of like physical assets. Let's assume the government of India said that we are making the new parliament building. In this new parliament building, government said that we bought 500 air conditioners. Okay, government said we spend money to buy 500 air conditioners. So what will the CAG do? The CAG will not just look at the bill, they will also physically conduct a inspection whether 500 ACs are being put up in the parliament or not. This means audit the stores and stocks as well. So physically also they will actually look into this. So physically also they will look into what are the stocks of the government, whatever physical commodity that the government has bought, whether it is in stock or not. All these things will be done by the CAG. Apart from that, they also audit those organizations which are substantially financed by the government. Now, the problem is there is no definition of the word substantially financed. So, this is something which is a kind of a gray area. There is no clarity on what do you mean by substantially financed. If the government, let's say, gives a grant of 1 crore rupees, does it mean now it comes under CAG or not? There's no clarity on that as such. Apart from that, if there are institutions that are not substantially financed, even they can be audited by the CAG if president or the governor has requested. So if the president or the governor has put in a request, even if there are institutions that are not financed substantially by the government, they will still be under the CAG and its auditing. Also, the CAG advises the government on how to maintain the account. Now, please understand this point. The CAG himself does not maintain the account of the government. It used to happen earlier. Till 1970s, the CAG had an additional responsibility to maintain the government accounts also. Now that is not something that the CAG does. CAG tells the government now how to maintain your records, how to make entries, etc., to make it easy for them to audit. So CAG now does not maintain the records, but rather CAG will just tell the government how do you actually maintain the record. Also, the CAG audits PSUs. PSU basically means public sector undertaking, means government companies. Public sector undertakings means the government companies. Also, they are the ones who provide the net proceeds certificate to the government of India. Now, what exactly do you mean by this? See, every single year, the government of India in the budget tells the country that this is the amount of money we have earned. Let's say the government of India says that last year our total earning was 10 lakh crore. This figure, if the government say they have earned this much money, will only be considered authentic or will only be considered as true in case the CAG gives it a certificate. So CAG has to kind of give a certificate or kind of approve that yes, I agree, this is the amount of money that the government has earned. So any earning of the government, the total money that the government has taken in, will only be considered official once the CAG puts the seal of approval that yes, this much money has been given. That is how the office of the CAG works. Apart from that, they also help the finance commission by telling them about the state government's finances when the finance commission makes a report. As you know, recently the government just announced the formation of the 16th finance commission. Finance commission is again a constitutional authority. It's a constitutional body formed once in 5 years. The responsibility of the finance commission is to advise to the central government how much money has to be given to the states, how much money has to be given to the panchayats, municipalities, etc. While the finance commission is making the report, they have to consider the situation that the states are in. They have to understand how much money states are earning, how much money the states owe to other people, etc. Only on the basis of that, the finance commission can give the report. So basically, for this to be done, it is important that the CAG first gives a report. The CAG tells that the finance commission should know all this data, and only then the finance commission gives a report. Also, the CAG acts as a guide, friend, and philosopher to the Public Account Committee of the Parliament. Now, what exactly is this? I'm sure you would have read in Indian polity about different parliamentary committees. One of the committee in the parliament is called the PAC, Public Account Committee. It has 22 members, 15 from the Lok Sabha, 7 from the Rajya Sabha. Now, where does this come into the picture? So basically, the CAG and all other constitutional authorities, finance commission, any other constitutional authorities, all of these, when they prepare their report, they will hand over their report to the President of India. And the President of India then gives a report to the Parliament of India to discuss this. So CAG report basically from the CAG goes to the President of India. From the President of India, it goes to the Parliament. In the Parliament, the CAG report will be discussed by this committee. So they discuss the CAG report. So in order to understand any aspect of the report, if they have any confusion in the report, they will talk to the CAG. The CAG will help them understand it. They will then ask the questions to the government because the CAG directly cannot confront the government. There is no platform for that. The CAG can just do the job while preparing the report. Once the report is published, the job of the CAG is over. The CAG cannot directly come and ask questions of the government, where did you spend money, etc. So, whatever questions the CAG has in the report, all those questions will be asked to the government through the Public Account Committee. That's why it is said CAG is a guide, friend, and philosopher of the Public Account Committee. The CAG in total gives three reports. One called the appropriation account, second the finance account, and third the public undertaking report. So basically, if you look at these three reports, Appropriation account means government spending report. How much money has the government spent? Finance account is government earning report. And third, public undertaking means government companies. The government companies. So these are the three major reports that are given out by the CAG. That is, they give a specific report on the spending that the government has done, a specific report on the earning that the government has done, and a report on the government companies about their performance. As I told you, all the reports that the CAG prepares are given to the President of India. From the President of India, the reports are given to the Parliament, and the Parliament discusses it. Specifically, the Public Account Committee within the Parliament will discuss these reports. There are a few questions. I'll take those up quickly that have been asked before I go ahead. SME seems to be missing. I don't know where the SME is. So let me ask this question. Let me answer these questions for you. Um, Cheturi saying, which country's constitution has two CAG officers, central and state level? Cheturi, there are hundreds of countries. You can't remember all of them, so you can leave that. At least Britain does not. Karthik says, are they going to check expenditures on the ground level? Yes, Karthik. Obviously, they can't just sit in the office and do that. Vivek is saying, will CAG physically check all 500 ACs are working properly? Yes. The CAG himself will not go. There are thousands of people working for the CAG who will do that. Chandrasekhar is saying, you just a few minutes said it will work after government spending the money. But here you spend experiment on expenditure. I do not understand your question, Shekhar or Chandrasekhar. You said experiment on expenditure. No, I never said experiment on expenditure. I'm not sure what you heard actually. Chituri saying, what if the CAG colluded with the government? Is there any overseeing body over it? Chituri, if that is your question, then there's no end to it now. If you're saying over CAG, we should have one more body. Then over that body also we should have one more body because anyone can be corrupt. Then again someone else, then again someone else, then again someone else. So where do you stop? You can't just keep having one body over the other. Shweta saying, can CAG work post retirement for India? No, the CAG cannot work post retirement. Then, okay, see, SME is back. Thank you so much for coming back after your break. Then I have a question from Saksham. Is there any time period for preparing the report? No, no time period as such. No time period as such. Yeah, she's saying, what does the Indian government comprise of? Indian government comprises of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. All the government companies set up by the government, constitutional, executive, statutory, all these are government. Okay, Chituri saying, can CAG be reappointed? Chituri, I've said this three times already. I've said this fourth time now. CAG cannot be reappointed. Okay, so the question are answered. Shweta is saying, if the CAG cannot work after retirement, then what about his life spending? Shweta, there's something called pension. That's how it works. If you're worried so much about the CAG, you should worry about the IAS officers also. IAS also can't work after 58 years. Then what will be about your life spending? How will you get that all that money? So don't worry, CAG gets a very handsome pension. Okay. Any other questions before we go ahead? Shweta Singh, can CAG own private entities? There's nothing called owning. How can the CAG own anything? It's a government office. Saksham saying, if government has loopholes in its policy and corruption takes place, is there any penalty recommendation suggested by the CAG? No. Saksham, CAG only gives a report. They don't suggest penalty, anything. That is the job of the judiciary. CAG does not do that. CAG can just give the report. The punishment, etc. part is not that. Shweta Singh, can CAG run private business? No. Mustafa is saying, can CAG audit judicial expenditure? Yes, they can. Should we go ahead now? I think the questions are just getting repetitive because for the sake of asking. Should we go ahead then? Okay. Now, as I said, the CAG works very, very closely with the Public Account Committee called the PAC. The Public Account Committee in itself has a very long history. If you look at the PAC, it was formed as back as in 1919. The Government of India Act 1919 was the one where the PAC actually came into being. Since then, it has been working. And as I said, their main job is to look into the CAG reports. Whatever report the CAG gives, they will look into that. Also, they will see whether the government has to be asked certain questions or not. The CAG cannot really force the government to do anything. The CAG can just give the report. They can make some suggestions to the government. The CAG does that, and we'll discuss that in just a bit. But just to give you an idea right now, when the CAG gives the report, the CAG does not just say whether the expenditure was legal or not. The CAG also tells whether the government should have spent that money or not, in his opinion. Means, let's assume the government of India says that the government has spent 1000 crore rupees to build a statue. Okay. The CAG in the report will tell whether the same statue could have been built at a lesser price or not, whether the government should have negotiated better or not. That is also something the CAG does. So CAG gives certain suggestions as well. The CAG not just tells whether the action was legal or illegal, it does say whether the government should have done that or the government should be spending that much money or not. These are just suggestions that he gives. They are not binding on the government. The government can just ignore them as well. There's no action to be taken as such. Now, the CAG office has had a very interesting history, especially in the past few years. If you remember, especially when the government was in power, when the Congress was in power, the Manmohan Singh government was in power, there was a CAG that made a lot of news. That was Mr. Vinod Rai. I don't know if you have heard of him or not. Most of the scams that you have heard about, the 2G scam, the Colgate scam, the Commonwealth game scam, most of the scams that you hear about were actually taken out or were reported when Mr. Vinod Rai was a CAG. Now, Mr. Vinod Rai, when he was a CAG, the office of the CAG was a lot in the news. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of the 2G scam so that you can understand what issue existed and what are the problems with it. So, you would have at least heard the name 2G scam, right? Have you heard the name 2G scam? Have you heard the name 2G scam? Okay. Those who have heard it, great. Those who have not heard it, let me tell you what the scam was and what exactly was the issue. So basically, when a telecom company wants to use 2G, 3G, 4G spectrum, it is auctioned by the government. So when the government says, you give us the money and we will give you 4G or 5G spectrum, they are just giving the company the permission to give the services. Please understand this. This is important. When the government of India, for example, takes money from Airtel or Geo and says, okay, we'll give you spectrum. What is spectrum? Spectrum is nothing. Spectrum is just the right to use this wavelength. Nothing apart from that. For example, when the government of India says to Geo that give us 10,000 crore rupees, we will allow you 5G spectrum. When the government says we'll give you spectrum, that doesn't mean government is giving anything to Geo. Government is just giving them the permission that okay, you can use this, no other company will interfere with you. That's how the spectrums are. So it's a proper earning for the government. So basically what happens is, usually how do the governments give these spectrums? Government has auctions. So government usually uses the auction method. Government basically asks the company who is ready to pay more money. Like that's like the IPL auctions. Whoever is ready to pay the most amount of money, they are the ones who actually get the license. That is it. Now, what happens is in the Congress era, when the government had to give licenses for using of 2G or the 2G spectrum, what they did was rather than asking the companies to bid or tell how much money can they give the government. The company or the government actually basically gave out the spectrum on a first come first serve basis. Telecom minister at that time was Mr. A Raja. So Mr. A Raja, telecom minister, basically he informed a few companies, and then there was no bidding done. The government just chose a few companies, and some companies were given licenses without any auctioning process to be done. So what happened was, very new companies were given. I don't know if you remember, you either you would be very small, or you would not have been born, or born, yes, but you would be very small. If you remember, there were some very interesting companies that had come in India. There was Unicell, if I remember, it was Unicell. There was Aircell. There was Docomo. So all these companies had basically come to India. Now they were given licenses. There was no auctioning done. So what happened was the CAG gave a report. Now listen to this. What did the CAG do? CAG gave a report. CAG said, and I still remember there was a big headline in Times of India. The headline was this. This was the headline. The CAG said this is the loss to the government. The CAG said this is the 2G scam. 1,76,000 crore. This is the scam. What was the scam? The CAG said the scam is 1,76,000 crore. Now, that does not mean that someone took this much money into their pocket. Please understand this. When someone says it was a 5,000 crore rupees scam, that does not mean that someone took 5,000 crore rupee into their pocket. No, that's not how it works. So the CAG Vinod Rai said this was the scam. Now, how? He said if the government would have auctioned the spectrum like they usually do, ask the companies to give their bid one over the other. If the government would have auctioned the spectrum, then the government would have earned this much money. That is what the CAG said in the report. That the government, if they would have used the auction process, they would have earned this much money. And this much money was lost. This is the big scam. Okay. Now he said that A Raja, telecom minister, took some money was given here and there, but eventually most of the people were out of jail. Eventually it was not proven in the court. What happened after that was the government gave their own explanation. Now I'll tell you the government's explanation, and you can decide whether the government was right or wrong, but you decide that. So I'll tell you what the government said. The government, Congress government at that time, said that why did we do that? Government said if we would have sold the spectrum in an auction process, then the companies would have had to pay a very high price. So let's assume Airtel in the other process had to pay 50,000 crore rupees to the government to use the spectrum. Okay, let's assume while the auctioning would have happened, Airtel would have had to pay 50,000 crore to the government. So government says if we would have taken 50,000 crore rupees from Airtel, how will they earn the money? They will charge a very high fee to their customers. When you do a recharge of Airtel, they will charge very high fee from you. So ultimately, if the government would have charged a higher sum from the companies, those companies would have charged a higher sum to the customer, and the customer would have lost. So the government said we did not take money from the companies, not because there was corruption, but because we did not want the end consumer to pay so much money to these companies, because these companies would have been under a lot of pressure to make profit after giving so much money to the government. And to earn profit, they would have charged a higher amount of money to the people, and something that the government did not want. And that is the government's justification. Anyways, we are not going into the scam and justification. I'm just giving an example that This is the report that Vinod Rai had given. Now, when Mr. Vinod Rai gave this report, he gave other reports as well. He talked about the Commonwealth Games scam. The problem is the reports that he gave, all these reports lowered the prestige of the Congress government. Even today, most people remember the Congress government as a corrupt government, right? Most people say, oh, there was a lot of corruption in those days when Manmohan Singh government was there, right? How do we remember that? Because of the CAG reports. The CAG said there was corruption here and there, etc. So the CAG reports have a lot of impact in the minds of the people. People come to know about that. People make their mindset, oh, this is a corrupt government, etc. But the reality is none of those scams were proven in the court. None of those scams were proven in the court eventually. So there were question marks over Vinod Rai, the working of CAG at that point of time. Anyways, some years later, the government formed a committee under Mr. Vinod Rai to suggest the reforms in the working of the CAG. He's an ex-CAG himself, so he gave a report. First, he said all public-private partnerships, panchayats, etc., should also come under CAG. Right now, at present, public-private partnerships are not under CAG audit. Means, let's take this example. So, let's take the example of Parliament building. Which company created the Parliament? This new Parliament building, which company constructed it? Any idea which company was given the contract? Tata, right? So Tata was given the contract. They were the ones who constructed the new Parliament building. So Tata, along with the government of India, Tata was the company that constructed the new Parliament building. This is an example of PPP, public-private partnership. It's an example of public-private partnership, PPP. Now, when such a partnership happens, where the private company gets involved with a government agency, it's a PPP project. This project is not audited by the CAG. Because a private company like Tata, they will say, why do we show our accounts to CAG? We don't want to open our books to the CAG. So that's the problem. PPP projects are not covered under the CAG. So his suggestion was public-private partnership projects where the government is working with a private company, that should also come under the CAG. Similarly, panchayat expenditure should also come under CAG. Also, the CAG Act should change, giving he demanded more powers to the CAG. For example, as I said earlier, the CAG only has the power to prepare the report. What happens with the report, the CAG does not control that. Is it proven in the court or not? The CAG does not control that. Does the government investigate the case further or not? The CAG cannot control that. The CAG can just give you the report. Then whatever happens, the CAG does not control that. He demanded that there should be even more control of the CAG. Then the CAG appointment process also should change. Right now, see, if you look at offices such as CVC, Central Vigilance Commission, or the one that we studied on Friday, CIC, that is Central Information Commission. You remember in the CIC also, their appointment process had three people committee. Remember who were the three people, by the way? In the appointment of or information commission, there was a three-member committee. Remember, there was the prime minister, there was the leader of the operation of the Lok Sabha, and there was a cabinet minister of the prime minister's choice. Remember? Now, see, I am not comparing constitutional offices to other offices. I am not saying that one government officer is more important than the other. But all of you know, if you really compare CIC with the CAG, you all know who is more important, right? I'm not comparing it. I'm not saying, oh, one is greater, one is above. Let's say all of them are equal. But in reality, you also know in your mind who is doing the more important job in the country. So the question is, if for Information Commission, you can have a three-member committee to appoint, then why not for CAG? If you can have a three-member committee for the CIC, for such an office, then why for CAG you can't even make a committee? So this is a recommendation by Vinod Rai that the appointment process should change. There should be a committee of 3 members or 5 members that should discuss who shall be the suitable person for the CAG. These are the reforms that he had suggested. They were not implemented, obviously. Okay, let's do a few questions from the CAG before we go ahead. It's an old question from 2001. Read it carefully. Time has started. No Parveen, no CAG, no female CAG till date. 45% people got this right. This is a D. Which of these are not functions of the CAG? As I said, CAG does not control the issue of public money. I was telling you multiple times, the CAG in Britain can control the spending of the government, but in India, the CAG cannot control the spending of the government. The government will spend whatever they want. CAG's job will only start once the money has already been spent. So this is something that the CAG does not do. Next question, it's a long one. Read it carefully. Should we start the time? Okay. 41% people got this one right. This was the question asked in 2012. The answer here is C. Let's see. So you had to tell basically which of these the CAG does. First, Shweta, exchequer basically means kind of an account where the government keeps all the money. So that is exchequer. So think of exchequer as a bank account where all the government money is kept. That's the exchequer. So, first, government CAG exercises exchequer control on behalf of the parliament during emergency. No, no, no. No connection between CAG and the emergency. These are two very separate things. Second, CAG reports are discussed by the PAC. Yes. Information of the CAG can be used by investigating agencies to press charges. Yes, we discussed that. CAG, while dealing with the audit accounting, has judicial powers. No, as I was saying time and time again, the CAG does not have any judicial powers. The powers of the CAG are restricted to publishing the report. Then, on the basis of the report, what does the government do? What do the investigative agencies do? That is their prerogative. The CAG will not go beyond that. They will not have any judicial powers. The answer thus is C. 2 and 3 only are correct. All right. Now, there are a lot of issues with the working of the CAG, the biggest one being the appointment process. As I said, The appointment process specifically. Okay, there's a question why panchayat is not under CAG. See, the reason why panchayats are not under CAG is number one, there are lakhs of panchayats. So if you include panchayats under CAG, you are increasing the work of CAG many folds all of a sudden. Number one. Secondly, panchayats anyways don't have a lot of money. So the amount of, I'm not saying it's not important, but the amount of money going into panchayat, compare that with the time that the CAG would have to spend. So it was assumed that let's keep panchayats out of it. Anyways, so there are a lot of issues related to the CAG. The first one being the appointment process. I discussed this earlier as well. First problem, no eligibility criteria. Second, no role of the opposition. The government appoints, picks officers, whoever they want. These are usually IAS officers. In the past few years, a lot of question marks have been raised over it. For example, in the past few years, if you can see, I'll give you multiple examples to prove how there have been a lot of question marks over CAG appointment. So I'll show you multiple cases of every government. I'm not just talking about one government, I'll talk about multiple governments. So this one is, can you identify him? Okay, this one is actually a very senior IAS officer, Mr. Shashikant Sharma. Shashikant Sharma was appointed as a CAG by Congress government in 2013. Why was he a controversial choice for becoming the CAG? So he had earlier been the defense secretary. He had handled multiple cases. He was considered as a favorite of the government. When he was appointed as a CAG, many people filed a PIL in the Supreme Court that he should not be considered as a CAG. Why? Because he is too close to the government. He has just worked for the government for many years. So he should not be given this right that he will now audit the government expenditure. But the Supreme Court did not pay attention. The government also did not listen. So he was appointed. I am intentionally giving you examples of different governments so that you can understand the governments here are not just one. There are multiple governments actually that do the same thing. So this is the Congress government, appointed an officer who was a defense secretary earlier, very close to the government, and people went to Supreme Court against it. Next, you can see in the past few years, the number of reports published by the CAG have reduced. There has been delay in the working of the CAG and the delay in the delivering of reports as well. And this is across multiple CAGs. When Shashikant Sharma was appointed, this is what you see, number of reports being given out have been delayed. After that, 2017, what happened here? 2017, the government appointed a new CAG, Rajiv Maharishi. Rajiv Maharishi, again considered to be very close to the government. He was a home secretary for a long time. He was appointed. When he was appointed in 2017, the again many people, including retired officers of IAAS service, they went to the court. They even wrote a letter to the prime minister that he should not be appointed. There are allegations against him. There should be a transparency criteria followed. Again, the government did not do anything. It was believed that Rajiv Maharishi was very loyal to the government, so he was being awarded by the government with this post. But again, despite anything, any allegation, despite any protest against the government did not change its decision. When Rajiv Maharishi was a CAG, again, there was a huge decline in the number of reports because there is no minimum number of reports that the CAG has to publish. So CAG publishes reports on a lot of government projects, big deals of the government, but under the last few CAGs, all of that has declined. Then the present CAG, Mr. GC Murmu. Now, when Mr. GC Murmu was appointed, again there were question marks over it. Why? The question marks were not because of him personally, but question marks again. Why is the government continuously appointing IAS officers? IAS officers are journalists, they don't have specialized knowledge. Why not appoint someone from IAAS only? The CAG has to audit a lot of different things. CAG has staff of 46,000 people. What would that staff think? That they are good enough to work under an IAS officer, but they are not good enough to head their own department. So there were again allegations that maybe the government should try and appoint someone from within the IAS, but the government did not do that. The government again went ahead with the appointment of a journalist IAS officer. These are some of the issues that we have seen in case of the CAG appointment. Then the Vinod Rai example that I gave you. When Vinod Rai was the CAG, he gave a lot of reports. None of them were proven. Very recently, Vinod Rai even wrote an apology letter. He said that I had made allegations against the then Prime Minister and other ministers also. Apparently, Mr. Vinod Rai had given an interview. In the interview, he had said that a Congress leader, Sanjay Nirupam, had requested the CAG not to take Manmohan Singh's name in his report. Again, I'll repeat, there was a interview given by Vinod Rai. In the interview, he had said that a Congress leader, Sanjay Nirupam, had called me. He had said, please don't take Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's name in any scam. Mr. Sanjay Nirupam had filed a case against CAG. He said that I have never even spoken to the CAG Vinod Rai. The case went on. Vinod Rai later said, sorry, I was mistaken. I should not have spoken this. This again proves that the prestige of the office of CAG is declining. When the CAG starts coming out in the media, starts giving out these interviews, I talked to this person called me, that person called me, that becomes problematic. So Vinod Rai, as you can see, offered an apology saying that sorry, I was mistaken, no one had called me, my reports were not targeted against the Prime Minister, so on and so forth. So again, these are the issues that we have with the office of the CAG. Again, number of CAG reports have been declining continuously. It was found in the RTI as well that in the last 5 years, CAG reports have come down by 75%. This is the latest data. The government says in 2023 itself, the CAG reports have again come down. From 2019 to 2023, total 22 reports were given. Earlier in the same period, about 40 reports were given. So again, the CAG's office and the working is declining continuously. This is a chart to show that data itself, the number of reports declining. You don't have to remember the exact number, just remember the trend that the number of reports by the CAG is declining. Even the government spending on the IAAD as a part of the budget is declining. So the government has not even been giving enough money to this department, Indian Audit and Account Services. As you can see, the money being given is also declining, which harms the government of India's or the CAG's power to expand its working. IAAD is Indian Audit and Account Department. All right, then. This brings us to the end of today's class. We will continue from here tomorrow. We have a few more things to discuss about the CAG and then we will end it. Samiksha saying, what is a Colgate scam? Samiksha, Colgate is not that toothpaste, it's Colgate, COAL. That is a Colgate scam. So the CAG said there was a scam in allocation of the coal mines. The coal mines that the government gives to the private companies. There was an allegation, there was scam in that. The Supreme Court cancelled all the coal mine allocations. Vivek, municipality is not under the CAG. For municipalities, the governor decides how will the auditing will happen. Prithviraj saying it means acts only as defamation for the government. Prithviraj, not only as defamation, there are some charges that are proven to be true, but yes, when they're not proven to be true, they are mostly defamation only. Shweta, current affairs at least 12 months before the prelims. Chituri saying, I've completed a class, it did not complete standard works, optional. See, Chituri, now you have to see how much are you scoring in the. Yes, Karthik, you can leave now. The class is over. You can leave now. So, again, Chituri, it depends how much are you scoring. If you're satisfied with the amount of marks that you are getting in your test series, then you don't have to go with standard books now. That is over. With the optional part, yes, focus on the optional a bit. My advice is always, if you are preparing for this year's prelims, it is February already. So now focus only and only on the prelims, not on anything else. Focus a lot on the prelims test series as much as possible. Shweta is saying, is it better to read newspaper daily or monthly analysis? Shweta, it depends how much money, how much time are you spending on the newspaper. If you're someone who has to spend 2 3 hours to read the newspaper, then don't do it. It's a waste of time. But if you can cover important news stories in 30 40 minutes, then do read the newspaper. It gives you a very good habit. And then read the monthly current affair magazine, because monthly current affair magazine gives you news from multiple sources, so that's good for you. I would say, as far as possible, do try and read the newspaper, if not more than at least half an hour. Vaishna, you can start essay preparation anytime. Writing 1 or 2 essays in a month is always a good exercise. It's never too soon to begin essay practice. All right then. So this brings us to the end of my class today. There are people who are asking questions. SME still here to answer them. Uh, Saksham is saying very confused how to prioritize my subjects. Saksham, there is no point of priority. Every subject is important because everything is asked. Focus on the test series. See which is the subject where you are scoring lesser marks and focus on that. Chandrasekhar, there is no specific time per day that you need to spend on monthly magazine. It depends on you. If you can read something in 20 minutes, which I can read in 1 hour, then your time will be lesser. So there is no time, there is no question of specific time period for every single day. It depends on person to person. Okay. I'll take one last question from Vaishna. 2025 aspirant have completed geography, half of economics, one third optional. Good idea. I've taken that question. Essay preparation, please start as soon as possible. One last question, Shweta. What about Yojana Kurukshetra magazine? Shweta, Yojana Kurukshetra are covered in our webinars, so you can depend on that. You don't need to do anything extra, and they're covered in our monthly current affair magazine as well. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining in. We'll see each other tomorrow at 5 p.m. The SME is still here. If you want to ask some questions, you can. I'll take a leave now. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Good night. Jai Hind.